From the bright lights of Las Vegas to the bright chrome on the auction floor, Mecum is where dreams have a way of doubling down. Welcome in, everyone. It is so great to have you with us. I'm Danielle Trotta. We are live streaming on ESPN Plus for the next 6 hours, and you'll see every winning bid today feels like you're hitting the jackpot. And the best part about buying a car here at Mecum Las Vegas, you can take it from the block just around the corner and cruise the Las Vegas Strip. Speaking of which, Chris Jacobs, which car would you love to cruise the Strip in, my friend?
Danielle, well, you know it's got to be a Mopar, and you know it's got to be a convertible, and this 68 GTX fits the bill. Blue on blue, white top, and check out the numbers matching drivetrain. That is the L code. 440 high performance, made it to a 727 torque flight transmission. Oh man, all I gotta do is put the top down and I am ready for Las Vegas Boulevard. Rutledge Wood, what's killing you today?
Oh, Chris, I found one that is just crushing the game out here. How about a 63 Cadillac hot rod hearse? That's right, the superior hearse turned into a fire-breathing monster. It's got the GM LT4 supercharged under the hood, full custom interior with the limo treatment back here, front and rear AC, custom everything. This thing is gorgeous, and it is a party on wheels, Danielle. Perfect for the Strip.
Well, so is this ride, and it has my name all over it, Rut. This 2020 Bentley Continental GT. Purple exterior, pink interior. Are you kidding me? All I need is some girlfriends and it'd be a hot Saturday night. But so much crossing the block today to choose from. Some muscle that's pretty wild. You got to see to believe. So let's head over to the block now and join Scott Hoke and Bill Stevens.
All right, thank you, Danielle. And I think for today's purposes, we could get away with calling that the Continental DT in Danielle's honor.
Perfect.
I tell you what, this lineup is textbook muscle and collector cars here today in Las Vegas. If you blindfolded somebody and sent them out onto the convention center floor and said, pick out 20 cars, money, no object, they would have a world-class collection in their grasp immediately.
The word variety does not do justice to what we have here in Las Vegas. We saw the previews from Chris and Rut and Danielle, and you know what? We have got cars that go everywhere from the AMG General Hummer to the wide-body Challenger SRT cars from Mopar and pickup trucks and on and on and on.
Let's not forget the Corvettes. We get serious about the Corvettes at a Mecum auction. 10% roughly of the lineup at any event is Corvettes, and one in particular is really a standout today for all of us.
Well, if I were to go down the strip in this Corvette, you'd see two long black strips down the pavement. 1967 427 coupe, this with the L71 435 horse 427. It's an NCRS top flight car, M21 4-speed transmission, 411 positive traction rear end, Goodwood green, the most popular color for a Corvette in 1967 with a black interior, and I can picture myself or anybody else in that driver's seat having some fun. Also, bolt-on wheels and red line tires. It's Corvette perfection. And before the day is over, somebody's going to have a shot at buying this.
And it will not be inexpensive when that hammer drops on that Corvette. And we get you to the block right now, everybody, with 2013 Porsche Cayenne. And if you were with us yesterday at the end of the program, you may have seen Rutledge Wood give this one the once-over, and for good reason, too. $25,000 bid at the moment. They've done a lot of work to this dude to go get ready to go off-roading.
Yeah, they have, Scott. And, you know, I think about the story behind the Porsche Cayenne. They were a little bit late getting into the SUV game, but they made up for lost time as those trucks have become more powerful and more plush over the years. This from 2013 with, get this, a 3-liter turbo diesel V6 engine. Yep, and it's got that Euro-wise lift on it to raise that truck up a little bit, and the Euro-wise roof rack, as you can see, as well. Gray on the outside and a black and white contrasting interior. And these are expensive trucks in the beginning, but they're coming back to the everyday buyer now.
But let's go off-road in a little bit different flavor here with the 2010 Humvee, BAE Humvee.
Yeah, this here is military spec. This is one of two vehicles purpose-built to provide mine protection for military operations. Now, believe it or not, and I kind of found this to be a little fascinating, these Hummers, the military ones, have less horsepower than the civilian versions, okay? These have the 6.5 liter V8, but it's got the armor plating, and as you can see, that would be a vehicle that probably should stay out of the hands of unstable individuals.
That's for sure. Just the weight of the doors alone, you know, everything on this vehicle, it's all about protection. Those windows that you see there, I mean, it's almost like 4-inch thick ballistic glass on there too. It's insane.
25 and now 30,000 is the bid.
Got an onboard fire extinguisher. The odometer reads just over 1,000 miles too. I should mention that. It's been in a couple of movies. Army of the Dead on the Netflix channel. I know. What an upbeat movie that must be.
You know, it's actually not, you mentioned the horsepower differences between these and a consumer version, if you will.
Yeah.
Not really surprising to me because they're not out there hot rodding. It's very much a purpose machine rather than a sports truck or
conquering
whatever,
the terrain.
A racer.
Yeah.
No. Okay, what's it take?
60.
Okay.
Well, they're still a ways away on that Humvee.
Anything in between there that works for you guys?
We'll think about it. We're all on, right?
Paul Guck helping out with interested bidders there in the top left corner, and I'm not sure that they're going to make any headway.
47's a good number. 45 is it.
All right, 45,000. You heard 50, you heard 60. Somewhere in that neighborhood might be what it takes for the consignor to say, let's lift the reserve and sell it.
Yeah, and that's tricky because, you know, there's only so many people that are dying to really own one of those. That's that tricky thing. Do you have the right people in the room or online?
Yep.
That's all it
Absolutely.
takes.
Here's a 2005 Continental GT. Man, we've had a slew of Bentleys here in Las Vegas. Danielle previewed one a little while ago, which was pretty sharp. Here's one that, at the moment, 15 grand.
Well, we're in Las Vegas. If there's one vehicle that really fits kind of like the whole cultural atmosphere of a city, this would be it. 552 horse twin turbo W12 with an automatic transmission, plenty of standard and optional features as well. Yep, this is a puffed out Bentley, and as we say any number of times, between 2005 and 2025, the value of these automobiles, not their appeal, goes through kind of like a slippery slope, but they still have the look and the performance.
And you're right. This is a very Vegas, flashy kind of a ride, and we've seen a couple come through this weekend.
Yep.
And this one's kind of, it's not customized. It's not the two-tone red and black like we saw yesterday, but it's also not the Mulliner, which also gives a little more special. But, oh, my goodness, the reserve is off, Scott.
Right. 19 grand. You know, in most cities, this would be flashy. Vegas, not so much.
It's like the Toyota Corolla of the Strip, you know, blends in a bit.
Well, if I had that car and I pulled up in front of the Bellagio, and the valet asked me, "Hey, that's a nice Bentley. How much you pay for it?" I'd lie.
Yeah.
$350,000.
Yep.
Sure does.
Guys, this is a deal. As someone that cruises the internet for these regularly, they're getting a great
Yeah,
price
that's
right now.
Yeah.
20. All right. Well, hey, now we can buy this one.
$20,000
There we
Bentley.
go.
Yep.
Best 20 grand they ever spent.
You heard it here, man.
Wow. Wow, that's awesome.
That puts a smile on everybody's face. Okay, here is a 2012 Corvette. This is a Grand Sport Centennial Edition, 3 LT trim package, all wrapped into one terrific ride, Bill.
Love this Corvette. You know, that Grand Sport nomenclature, man, that is one historical phrase.
Yep.
Started in '63. They built 5 of them to go racing. That was Zora's baby. They brought back that Model line again in 1996 for 1 year only. Came back in 2010 through 2013. That's this generation. And then again in 2017 for 3 years. It's got the LS3 430 horsepower V8 6-speed automatic with paddle shifters. That automatic, that's a good one. That's that 6L80. And it's got the 3LT trim package, the top trim package as well.
And it's interesting to say, like, you know, it's almost the entry-level Corvette, but for the majority of people, you know, the Grand Sport really packs way more punch than most people need, and it's great to see how many people are able to buy these, afford them, and get to go out and use them for really what they were designed for.
Yep. Yeah.
I've got 40,000. I've got 42,000.
Say up to 4. 42. You got 42.
I've got 42. Gonna go ahead and lift the reserve.
No. Goes on.
Sir, I got $42,000. Can we take the reserve out?
Sell it to my guy.
42 is the bid.
Sell it to my guy.
Strong money.
You wanna
make him rule 44.
44.
Yeah.
Post bid at $42,000. This is
This is going to be an easy one.
raise your bid to $44,000. I sell to you.
That's easy as can be.
It's yours. That's a mere $2,000. Raise your bid to
Right, that's $2,000
In the middle, get 40.
for the Mecum rule. That's not a lot of change at all.
Give me 43.
Yes. Want to raise your bid to 44?
This is such a game of poker right here.
Oh yeah, sure it
Because
is.
the buyer is trying to wait out the seller. Seller's trying to wait out the buyer.
Yep, a little gamesmanship.
Give me 43. It's not going to work.
And I think they have decided to keep it as a stalemate right now. And we'll let you know what happens to that Corvette if, in fact, they do reopen it. And if it sells, we'll keep you posted coming up after the break. We're back in Las Vegas on this Saturday at the Convention Center. Here's Central Hall at the Convention Center. In 3 weeks, we'll be at another convention center, Bartle Hall, downtown Kansas City, for our season finale. We'll kick off the coverage on December 5th here on ESPN+. Right now, let's get you over to the 303 staging lane and check in once again with Chris Jacobs. See what's going on over there, Chris.
Yes, sir, Scott. Well, it's widely believed that the 1987 GNX is the rarest Grand National, but that honor actually belongs to this car, the 1982 Grand National. Yes, that was the debut year. Now, a few of the rare 215 units that left the factory came equipped with the 3.8 turbo, which was in the later Grand Nationals, but this one has the standard 4.0-liter V6 right there. Now, this was offered in only this configuration with the gray and silver two-tone paint with the red stripe, and features included the T-tops, the bucket seats, the rear spoiler, and the alloy wheels. This was done in this appearance package to celebrate Buick's success in the NASCAR series, and man, super cool. And who would have thought you could own a Grand National that's not black? This is the one for you if that's what you're looking for. Rarity and highly original condition. This is such a cool car. Scott, can't wait to see it go across the block.
That will be cool to see indeed. Chris Jacobs, thank you very much. Let's get you back in here to the block real quick. When last we were here, Bill, we were talking about that 2012 Corvette Grand Sport, and we promised we'd update you. Well, we left it at $42,000, and that is what it sold for. So mark that up. If you recall, at the end of the last segment, $42,000.
I'm glad it sold.
Yes, me too. Here's a Land Cruiser FJ40, 1981.
Yep, that inline 6-cylinder engine, practically indestructible, 135 horsepower. It's a right-hand drive model, by the way, with a 3-speed manual transmission. And always a charming little truck when it hits the auction block. People are loving these.
And y'all know I, of course, climbed around this one
Yeah,
yesterday and this morning. Yeah, big surprise. The Land Cruiser guy got in there. But this is a really nice example. I appreciate that this one is definitely loved and used. You saw under the hood there, it's not spotless, but that's a great, great driving truck.
You recognize that plate at all? Is it? I don't know where those plates are from.
I couldn't tell where that one came from.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, 25 grand. Bid goes on the FJ. Here is a no reserve 1941 Lincoln Continental. That is, well, look at this. It is being escorted to the middle of the auction block here.
A very important automobile in the history of the Lincoln. 1941. This has that V12 engine. Not much in the way of horsepower, 120 out of a 292 cubic inch V12. That's the same displacement as that Y block that came along a little bit later. And these cars got so much acclaim for their styling that it was actually given an award by the Museum of Fine Art for design achievement. So this is quite a feather in the cap of the boys at Lincoln back just as World War II was beginning to change the way that cars were being built in Detroit.
That engine room got the Spick and Span Mr. Clean Award of Excellence. Did you see how spotless that thing was?
Very well presented car. You are right.
And guys, I think this is the term Continental kit that we use so often. You see that beautiful spare tire mounted in the rear there. Obviously, when other people started mimicking what they saw there, I really think that's when that took off. But this car, whether it was on the Mecum website, if you were looking at the lots available this weekend or in person, you see why it draws a crowd. It is just a piece of rolling art, Bill.
And as I like to point out, that spare tire was the inspiration for the man bun.
Oh, dear.
I love you, Bill. If I don't say it enough,
Valley.
I just want you to know.
Oh, you're my bud.
30, baby, we're gonna get 32. I have 30, 32. So, $30,000. So,
30,000. Now you know you've done it. Because every time a car with a Continental kit comes along, I'm going to remember that.
Thinking of that.
30 grand. Beautiful car. Okay, here is 2010 Land Rover, the Range Rover trim line, HSE, no reserve.
Now, this is a good trivia question for Rutledge. If you can answer this, I will worship you. HSE stands for?
Have some English muffins, because it's British. What does that stand for?
I'm going to worship you anyway.
I don't know what HSE. I've never known what it stood for.
You know, it's funny. I don't think a lot of people know what that stands for, and yet we've seen this a billion times. It's for high specification equipment. This is the top trim level.
I did not realize
now
that.
We'll always remember that.
Well, where I'm from, on the north side of Indianapolis, HSE stands for Hamilton Southeastern, which is one of the big high schools up there, but not in this case.
Yeah, the guys at Range Rover probably don't know that. 375 horsepower, 5-liter in this with a 6-speed automatic transmission and 4-wheel drive and plenty of options like the 4-wheel air adjustable suspension for tackling any kind of terrain. Oh, look at the selling price on that.
$8 grand.
Oh, man.
Well, we will let that be our last car this segment. Back with more from Vegas in a moment.
Oh man, was it fun getting out to Utah to see Dave and the guys at Kindigit Design and check out those amazing Corvettes that will be crossing the block in Kissimmee in January. But right now, let's turn to something that's happening today. This is a 1996 Porsche 911. It is the 993 iteration, and it is right now the hottest version of the 911 on the collector car market. This one in polar silver over black, sunroof car, powered by a 3.6-liter flat six, backed up, of course, by that 6-speed manual transmission. And as you can see on the deck lid here, it is a 4S, and that means power is driven to all 4 wheels. What a good little package this one is. And like I said, the hottest 911 on the market right now, and this one will be going to a new home because it's being offered at no reserve. Scott, halvesies with me?
Hey, man, all day long. I think, depending on if the bidding gets out of hand or not. But that's really a clean car. We got a good look at the engine there at the back end. Man, that is sharp.
Has the eggless headlights.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about that. Yeah, that's a great car. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate that. Here's an F100 from 1964 that just gabbled for $15,000.
Like that color? Caribbean turquoise.
Love it.
Don't see many pickups with that color on it. And this one has it with a 292 V8 and a 4-speed manual. And yes, it just sold.
Sold at no reserve. And here's another no reserve offering from 1969.
Yeah, the never-ending lineup of 1969 Camaros, again, at a Mecum auction. This one got a V8 in it there, you see. Nothing too radical. That's not a big boy engine there. That's probably just built for reliability and maybe even a little bit of mileage, too. 4-speed manual. This is not a real SS, although it does have some SS identification on it. The VIN does not tell you if it's a real SS. You got to kind of go to the cowl tag to verify whether or not it was born as a super sport, but still a pretty car. It's got the rally wheels, gray outside, black inside, and the top is down. Give a good look at that interior. Power steering, windows and brakes. Selling, no reserve.
You want to get 30? You want to get 28? I'm good. There we go. Now 29. Appreciate it. No problem. Thank you. 30, 20,
30,000 is all. Very reasonable.
Mm-hmm. Boy, I've never seen a better candidate for an LS swap either.
Right. No doubt about that. And somebody is going to drive out of here with a terrific car for $31,000 bucks. I kind of like that, understated color combination. The dark kind of charcoal green with the stripes. That's kind of cool. Different.
You know what I do? I put a set of red lines on that.
Oh, yeah.
Bum, 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 bum.
Bingo. 1940 Chevy 3100 pickup truck.
This is another one of those pickup trucks that we see come through here that overall looks original, but is far from it. 350 cube tuned port, V8 in there with a 700 R4 automatic transmission. That is an all steel body, updated through and through mechanically and cosmetically. Brand new red interior. We already got a look at that. This has got a low car shifter, auxiliary gauges, and they weren't done there. The fuel tank on these trucks originally were behind the seat. They've moved it, and I'm sure it has a lot to do with safety, to between the rear chassis rails. Smart move there. Ford 9-inch rear end, power front disc brakes, and the river's off. Yay, we're going to sell it.
And I love personally being as tall as I am. When you move that tank, it also allows you most time to move the seat back another few inches there.
Yeah, a couple inches makes a difference.
Sure does. And it sells for $26,000. And so we will move from that pickup to a 1934 Ford Model 40.
Oh, what a beauty.
Total custom here.
Take a little time to get through all of this right here. First of all, we know about the frame-off restoration, the hand-fitted original all-steel body. Powers an LS3, 430 horse, 6.2-liter V8.
Bill, the irony here, they call this car the slow 34, but with that much power under the hood, I don't think there's anything slow about this one.
Unless there's a top fuel dragster next to you.
How do you like this kind of setup here with that kind of darker gold inset there on the wheel? Really goes nicely with the dark green.
Yep, different and works. Nice blend right there. Oh man, so much work here. Vintage air, it's got the Dakota digital, not only gauges, but climate control, Sirius XM radio connectivity, backup camera. They've done the wiring with all aftermarket pieces, adjustable coilover gas shock suspension, and there's still more. MagnaFlow stainless exhaust, Willwood 4-wheel disc brakes. Money, 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 money.
And Scott, I really like to see these older style builds with that newer style wheel. There's a really nice blend. And obviously, this is a newer build, but
sure,
you know, it's so funny how a modern wheel and a nice disc brake kind of setup can really bring it to current day so easily.
No question.
Yeah, the 5-spoke wheel design will let you see those calipers, and you know, nice little melody coming from the wheel wells.
I think 45 was the high bid on that 1934 Ford, if memory serves. Here's a 57 Fairlane 500. This is the legendary Skyliner.
It is legendary. The world's first mass-produced, power-retractable, hardtop convertible. And we've talked about this before. Sometimes the consigners will actually lower or raise the top while it's on the block. They didn't do it on this, but the mechanism that allows that top to go up and down is something straight out of science fiction. Power 312 cubic inch Y-block with a 4-barrel carb. That's the 245 horsepower version with a Ford-O-Matic automatic transmission. Original radio outfitted with late vintage electronic insides. See that a lot, those retro sound radios now. See, it's got the face of the old radio, but all, you know, new circuitry inside.
And the high bid on this Skyliner, $40,000. So we'll close out this block with that Skyliner and come back here in a couple of minutes. We are into our 6 hours with you. 5.5 to go, in fact, from here in Vegas today. Oh, the little flyby of the Las Vegas Strip. All kinds of stuff going on there. You saw the corner of the Cosmo and some of the other massive hotels and casinos down on Las Vegas Boulevard. We're a little bit east of that at the Convention Center, adjacent to the Westgate Hotel, our host hotel for many of the crew. And a 1933 Ford Speedster. Look at the smoothie treatment on this dude, Bill.
Designed by Chip Foose. It's got the LS1 in it, 5.7 liter Corvette V8. A lot of chrome. It's got a Tremec 6-speed manual transmission. Kind of reminds me of those Bobby Alloway Speedsters that he was building for a while. Similar in design, but just surgically constructed. I mean, the build quality on this is Mondo Biondo. Tangerine, orange pearl paint, color match firewall, engine bay, block frame suspension. Real smoothie, shaved door handles, under dash mounted hidden release switches for that. And Paul Adkins, yeah, the dean of hand-stitched interiors, handled it on this car as well. All really high-end stuff all the way through.
And there's a Chip Foose signature. Chip Foose designed the car, as you mentioned, kind of in between the two seats there. And this is one that Chris and I spent a lot of time walking around together this morning. Yeah. Beautiful car, and what a deal.
I was going to say, man, of all the stuff that you listed, Bill, and you add all that stuff up, $34,000 doesn't even come close.
Oh, man, 6-figure build easily.
Big time. And somebody, as you said, Rutledge, got a terrific deal. $34,000 for that one. 1999 BMW M3 next.
That magical M series from BMW. This would be the equivalent to the AMG cars from Mercedes. All about performance, all about not only engine performance, but brake and suspension performance. A perennial choice on Car and Driver's 10 best list. And probably still on there. Automatic transmission in this one. A lot of the manuals, of course. And this one has a 3.2 liter inline 6 that A little deceiving. Doesn't sound like a lot, but this car will scoot.
This is part of the E36 generation, and this Estoril blue is one of my favorite colors they had on here. This was one for sure. If it was a manual, I'd probably be reaching for my bidder pass.
I believe
the car's only showing a little over 22,000 miles, and it looks under hood like that's original to me. Beautiful, beautiful car.
I believe this was early in this generation of the M3, if I'm not mistaken. And they put a lot of work into even the base 3 Series BMWs back then were pretty sophisticated.
Well, the bid goes on here at 24,000. And so with that, we will make way for a 57 Bel Air. Guess what? It's been customized.
Yeah, I don't know what the source of that yellow paint is, but it's doing its job. There's not a set of eyeballs in the house that isn't trained on this 57 right now. That's a Canadian-built Chevy originally, and which I don't think means a whole lot. The Canadian cars and the American cars pretty identical back in 57. V8 power. And you see it's got a black convertible top, and love to see the top down, but I guess we're not going to see them. Staggered wheels, by the way, too. We're running a smaller setup front than behind.
And I love the flames on the outside, but you can also see on the edge of the fender, Bill, they also use some flames there, and under hood on the inner fender liners, there's also custom stamped flames in there as well. So they really brought that theme through there.
Well, I always say we get 57 Chevys at every auction, no two are alike, and this is really off the hook.
Got 57,000. Yeah, I guess so. You're good. 60 pounds and under. You're good. Tight. Sorry.
60 pounds and 62.
57.
60. 60 pounds and
60
pounds and under. 62 bid. 100 under. 60 down under. 62 pound under. You buy the 57. Now 60. 57 down under. Alex is 57 now. 60 down under. 57 down under. Now 60 down under. Last call. The service off. 57 now. 60 pounds and under. 60 pounds. You're down south. By the way. 57 pounds. 60 pounds and under. 60 pounds and under. 100 now. 69. So 57.
There it is.
All right.
Hell, we didn't beat you up that bad.
Indeed.
Take it easy on
Got
you in the
all
morning.
worked
We'll
out.
wait till the evening.
And, it's got new ownership now. Well, as usual, in 2025, we have been very happy to be partnering with National Parts Depot once again. They have been around for 5 decades plus, the largest restoration parts supplier anywhere. Right now, it is time for our NPD preview today, and let's start with Chris Jacobs.
Yeah, Scott, instantly recognizable, extremely collectible, and very valuable. This is the 1966 Ford Mustang GT350H. That H, of course, is for Hertz, and this car is a product of a deal that Carroll Shelby made with the rental company to provide cars that people could come and rent. Powered by a K-Code 289. This one backed up by an automatic transmission, and you can see the Hertz wheels on there, and of course that famous livery, black with the gold stripes. They also offered them in white, red, and green, but this one is the iconic black. Come around here and get a look at the interior one more time, because there's a sticker on the dash that I absolutely love. It says this car comes equipped with competition brakes. Heavier than normal brake pressure may be required. They had to warn the people what they were getting into. And also, Bill, you'll love this. The consignment sheet indicates that the original K-Code 289 was replaced under warranty in 1966, and we can all probably guess what happened to that original engine, because people were known for taking these cars from Hertz to the track and treating them maybe not so nicely. But if you want to treat your Ford Mustang nicely, Bill, what should they do?
Well, we're going to get a look at the NPD catalog right there with a Mustang right on the cover. But, you know, those brakes, the reason they put a warning on there is you're right. They would take these cars to the racetrack. Those are metallic brakes. They don't stop the car until they're good and hot. And if people didn't know that, they hit turn 1 and they don't go around turn 1. But anyway, yeah, there's the catalog you need next time you're going to be doing any restoration on your Mustang.
Man, I wish we had home video of that kind of stuff happening with one of those Hertz rent-erasers.
Oh, my.
Wow. Yeah, nationalpartsdepot.com. They've got a big lineup of those model-specific parts catalogs. Check them out. All right, here is an 82 Buick Grand National that Chris has already previewed for us today. It is on the block now. And an opening bid, mid-20s.
Not often seen. Yeah, good job, Chris, previewing this car. You hit all the important points of this 82 Grand National, the first year for the Grand National. Of course, this was an evolution of the Turbo Regal. And as you also mentioned, it was a few years before these cars became real factory hot rods with the intercooled 3.8-liter turbo motor. So these are certainly collectible. Only 215 were built. This one highly original and unmodified. And let's see where the bidding goes on this. Yeah, it's all right there. Even that Buick logo on the rear quarter panels. A lot of those got painted over when these cars were new. A lot of people didn't want to be a rolling billboard for Buick, so.
Well, and if you ever get into an argument with someone about how all Grand Nationals are black, you can bring up this car right here.
Correct, correct.
31 is the bid. Russ Conklin has it there. And that's going to be all the money for now. So 31 is where we will leave that.
I would imagine that's
82.
pretty close to what it's going to take. Maybe a few more thousand, but that's right where that car should be sitting.
Yeah, we'll see if there's an update. We'll bring it to you as we get set to take a break here. We'll keep our eyes on this Buick. Back with more in a moment. Good car coming up for us, 1964 Pontiac, not a GTO. This is the Grand Prix, but it's got a 389 automatic transmission. That's matching numbers engine work, by the way, and a terrific paint job on that car. It will be coming up in a little while on this Saturday from Mecum, Las Vegas, at the Las Vegas Convention Center in the Central Hall. Let's check in with Danielle Trotta.
Thank you, Scott. 1950 Oldsmobile Coupe here, and it's getting a lot of attention, a lot of eyeballs, and rightly so. First of all, for this gorgeous paint job. The color is called Brandywine, and it's absolutely stunning. Really shines under these lights, as well as all of this chrome. You see the front grille right here. This front clip, a man just walked by and said, I thought this Oldsmobile was a Chevy. And I said, well, you're partially correct, because a part of this meticulous custom build, they decided to put a 1969 Camaro front clip on the 1950 Oldsmobile frame. Also, professionally built engine. You got that 468 cubic inch V8 engine, newly built transmission, and just a lot of chrome. I mean, chrome everything, alternator, power steering pump. You've got the chrome aluminum wheels. Even inside here, you have the chrome steering column. I also love these hood louvers too. Really adds a bit of dimension to a paint that already has a lot of depth to it. Just really well done, that chrome steering wheel inside here. I love how well the detail on this, Scott. I think it's a really, really well done custom build, crossing the block here in just a little bit.
It really is, DT, and I walked around that car on Thursday and I wrote my notes over the top on that 50 Olds 88.
Yeah.
What do you think?
There is no top.
Well,
the top's gone. They blew the top right off it. Yeah, that Brandywine, by the way, that's got to be House of Color paint.
I think you might be right. Yeah, that's amazing. Thank you, Danielle. Appreciate you giving that some love today. What a car it is. 1971 Olds 442 convertible, going to be on the block right now for us.
Yeah, a little newer Oldsmobile than the one we just saw. This is a real 442, matching numbers 455 in 1971. Powered down a little bit in 1971 from 1970. but still a fast car. Turbo 400, and has AC that blows cold. Comfy, but it looks all correct. Not a whole lot of hanky-panky on that restoration. Sienna's the color. Pearl white. That's what they call the interior. Red line tires on those super stock wheels. Perfect.
Very nice restoration.
Yep.
That 455 Rocket V8, that's the matching numbers power plant. It has been rebuilt. That's okay. Reserve comes off, 56, and now pushing 60. Hey, another candidate for the top down, man, with that color and that interior.
Yeah, that would come alive.
I also want to say, I think the white top really is helping that copper color really pop better. So I hear you, you're not wrong, and I think it helps kind of your eyes because there's no rally stripes or anything on the side there. It kind of helps sort of highlight how brilliant that copper is, I think.
Careful how far you go on that, because Bill might not be worshiping you after much
it's fair.
more.
I just, he's trying to be fair to the car.
He's still okay, but I'll let you know.
Let this one slide.
One of the things that I point out when we don't see the top down on a restored car is look at that rear window. A lot of times the consignor doesn't want to put a crease in it or mark it or scuff it or do anything to it, so they'll leave the top up.
Very good point. All that works right here today for $68,000, and a new owner's going to enjoy it. Here's another Bentley, 2012 Continental GTC.
Oh, what a sweet car. Blue sapphire paint with 5-year ceramic coating. That paint job is well protected. Of course, it's got that W12 in it, the 567 horsepower 6-liter motor. Power operated brown fabric convertible top. What a sight that must be just to see the top go down on that Bentley. Just to watch, how elegantly that top goes down. Am I overstating this?
No, not at all. I'm thinking, okay, put that and the Skyliner side by side.
Yeah, compare the two. Every possible option in this Bentley. And 2012, so it's, a fairly recent Bentley. We've been seeing some 06s and 07s here pretty regularly throughout the auction here in Las Vegas, so this one's a little newer. Can you imagine this vehicle? I'm going to guess this is probably a 3-ton car. 0 to 60 in 4 seconds.
0 to 65,000 in about a minute.
Yeah.
There you go. Hammer it. At $65,000. Guess who's going to be taking that out for a little ride on the strip today, huh?
Oh, take me along.
Okay, 1978 Trans Am. That is on the block right now.
Yep, it's got that Bandit vibe. It's not an official 77 Pontiac Trans Am Bandit car, but it's got everything it needs. It's got the 400 cube engine, around 200 horsepower. Should have more, but it doesn't. Automatic transmission. This one a T-top car as well. Power steering, windows, locks, brakes.
Yeah, we had a red one go across the block yesterday that was all original, one owner car. This one a little bit different because it has the automatic transmission. It's got the T-tops, so we'll see how that affects the price in contrast to the red one that went across yesterday in that highly original condition. I like these wheels. I like the contrast. It doesn't have the gold wheels on there, and it picks up the hood bird silver very nicely.
Yeah, I was just going to say, those are aftermarket snowflake wheels, a bigger diameter. And you're right, they really fill the wheel wells.
Those original ones were, I guess, 15-inch? Could have been, right? Could have been 14 on something.
No, they'll be 15.
No, they're at least 15, yeah.
But this just, man, that one detail changes these cars so much to me.
Yeah.
They look a lot stouter with the larger wheels in there.
All right, that gentleman right there, all smiles after he has taken that Trans Am and made it his own. 33,000, no reserve. Here's a custom 68 Camaro Rally Sport now. Let's go down the laundry list of things they've done to this car, Bill.
A lot of laundry. Yes, sir. 5.7 LS1, that's 350 horsepower with a turbo automatic. Engine cover signed by and features a sketch by, you may have heard this name before, Chip Foose. 4-wheel disc brakes, power steering, custom console, and cup holders.
He's got that basket handle shifter in there. A little modern touch with the screen in between the seats. Billet specialty wheels, disc brakes all the way around.
Yeah, this ran on the Power Tour, which Rutledge, I know, you've been fairly regular participant.
Oh, I love it.
And that deal.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite events when you get to see these cars out on the road for what they're actually designed for. Have a car show at the end of each day, then get up, do it again.
Yeah.
Okay, $47,000 is the high bid on the Camaro. And the 1967 GTO will follow in its tire tracks on the auction block. Dana Mecum is down there. You see him just to the right of the car. You did for a minute. He's an interested onlooker.
Yeah, this GTO is yummy. 67, kind of a watershed year for the GTO. Big changes, bigger engine, went to 400 cubes. No more tri-power, but you can still get 360 horsepower with the optional 400 cube. This one, a 4-speed manual with a Hurst shifter, buckets and console, and an 8-track tape player. That'll take you back a few years. Safety track, that is the posit traction version of the Pontiac limited slip rear end, and Rally 2 wheels.
All right, we got a good one in the 8-track player.
Oh, tell me.
Gordon Lightfoot.
Oh. Did he say Gordon or Jordan?
No, he said Gordon.
Oh, good, okay.
I know my Gordon Lightfoot.
God, I hope so. Jeez, I don't have to correct you on that.
Oh, man. That is good, though.
Yeah.
$50,000 is the bid on this 67 GTO.
Yeah, you got it. Congratulations.
And the hammer falls for that 67 GTO. When we come back, a couple of super high-end customs that will command super duper bidding. 70 Plymouth Barracuda and a 70 Charger right behind it as well. Stay with us. Saturday at Mecum, Las Vegas, here at the Las Vegas Convention Center, and a terrific crowd as you would expect. Watching some amazing cars, and they're going to continue to get better and better as we go throughout the day today. 2007 Bentley Continental GTC convertible.
I want everybody to keep a close look on the bidder board because this car's original MSRP was $190,000. It is a 2007. It's got the twin turbo 552 horse W12 with that silky smooth automatic transmission leading to all-wheel drive. Well,
oh, the Bentleys are deals today.
I think I made my point.
Yes, indeed. $30,000. 1969 Camaro. This is a rally sport, and this looks like it acquired its yellow paint from the same bucket that 57 Bel Air had a little while ago.
Very similar color. We got a 454 in there that's been honed out, blown out to 468 cubic inches with a roller drivetrain. Got a turbo 400 automatic with a 3,200 RPM stall in it. Whoa, baby. Mini topped out back. It's got traction bars, 373 posi in the back, and a 12-bolt pumpkin, and that's ready for the 1/8 of the quarter mile.
That's a fun interior they did in there too, Bill. That houndstooth they brought in.
Yeah.
The hockey stripes look good on there. Black wheels. They brought a tiny bit of yellow with the Chevy emblem on the center cap there.
Yep.
That's a cool setup, Chris.
And not an inch of chrome anywhere. They blacked everything out. All of the bright work has been done in that matte black to pick up the wheels. Very cool effect. The bumpers have been color matched. It's a good looking car with a great stance.
High bid on this Camaro Rally Sport, $40,000. Custom Rally Sport, I should say, to include that. And now to a couple of the cars that we gave you a sneak peek at as we were going to the commercial break. First of all, both from the same consignor, I believe. First of all, the Barracuda Custom from 1970. Wait till you get a look at this one.
Oh, boy.
And the next one. For
this to sell, we're going to have to get into six figures. I am almost positively guaranteeing you that. First of all, the engine is supercharged. 5.7 liter V8 with 465 horsepower. Professional all the way. Pro Charger on it. It's got an automatic transmission with overdrive that's been all tweaked out. Power operated convertible top. It's got vintage air, custom gauges. Tubular upper control arms underneath with adjustable coilovers and a sway bar, and a 4-link in the back with coilovers and a sway bar out in the rear. I'll tell you, this was a big paper build. Hydrotech high performance brake booster to the 4-wheel slotted and drilled big disc brakes. Fessler wheels. Those are the wheels you see at all 4 corners, with a big low profile high performance radial tires.
Yeah, this car came down on Christmas morning and was very pleased with what it found under the Christmas tree, because it left the factory as a G-code 318.
Oh,
so
yeah.
major upgrades, as Bill just pointed out.
No doubt about it. Well, we did check that six-figure box, Bill, but not going to be enough six figures to get that one sold. And if you think 456 horsepower is adequate, wait till you get a look at this one. It's a Dodge Charger Custom from 1970 also, but 512 cubes, 612 horsepower.
Yikes. That looks like a stroked Hemi to me. Fabulous restoration, a rotisserie all the way. That's an injected 512 cube engine with over 600 horsepower and a 727 automatic with gear vendor overdrive in it. All the right pieces. Man, oh man.
Yeah, once again, a G-code car, so 318 originally. And what I love about this build is it's custom in all the right ways. They've left the stock gas cap. They've left all of the lines alone because, let's be honest, Dodge got it right in 1968 with this Dodge style, this car style, and continued through to 1970, which this one is Charger 500. I like the way that they left those badges on there too. Just a perfect balance between custom and stock.
It really is. This is one Chris and I were walking around together this morning. Just tastefully done, nice mods, cool car.
Subtle rally stripes too, very cool treatment. $150,000, not going to be enough to get that car. Time for a 1952 Cadillac Series 62.
Yeah, the Series 62, a long-lived trim level on the Cadillac, 2 decades worth. This one with a rebuilt small block 350 in it, so it's not all original, that's for sure. Turbo hydromatic transmission, adjustable ride height from Ride Tech, air ride underneath, power steering and brakes. We'll see the interior in just a second, and you will be impressed by that beautiful leather covers on the seats, console, rear seat as well. Nicely done.
And you called it almost 2.5 decades, actually, 1940 through 64.
Yeah.
For the run of the Series 62.
Yeah, you can see it's got that Ride Tech setup underneath, just lower that car, real hungry kind of ground clearance. Simple but super black paint job.
Guys, I couldn't help but notice there's a VIP in the crowd bidding on this car right now. That's my buddy Michael Sortino from Sortino's Customs. He was one of the builders on our Hot Wheels Ultimate Challenge show on NBC. Has done some amazing concourse restorations on cars. And I saw him yesterday. I was like, buddy, what are you doing here? He's like, oh, I've got a list. We got a bunch of ones we're looking out for. And it looks like he's helping try to get this car for somebody. That's a good sign in my book.
Hey, some of his cars may be crossing today. He may be trying to buy them back.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, it's him, right? Michael, right there.
50 is the current bid.
Still working. 51. I got 51,000.
And guys, if the reserve comes off and this goes for anywhere near this, what an absolute steal of the deal.
Yeah, I'll write you a check for 48.
We got multiple bidders in play right now.
Oh, my goodness.
I got one.
3, I think I could count.
And they appear to all be in the room, which is exciting.
I got one. Phone and friend, Matt, real quick.
You can get a check for 48 or no?
How?
Check for 48 right now or no? Tell me. I'm on TV. Yeah or no? Yeah or no, dog? Yeah. Take it. Okay. We got to get rid of cars, bro.
Well, I think that's the word, the reserve.
48.
I think they're about ready to lift the reserve.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
48.
maybe not.
So, that's all your money. All right, buddy.
Yep.
They reset it to 51.
Sure.
Yes.
It's nice. I know it's beautiful. You sure?
Okay. There they take the reserve off, finally. So now we're back to it.
Sure.
I'm counting 3 people in the room that are interested.
Yeah, that's below the money on this custom. But, you know, we've talked about this. When you bring a custom car to auction, your hope is that someone out there
How cool is that?
has this. Yeah, there you go.
Sorry, Bill, I got so excited. My friend got the car. I don't know if it's for him or one of his clients, but how cool is that?
Yeah, it's kind of a risk when you bring a custom to an auction. You got to hope that somebody has the same taste you do.
Absolutely.
That they love the modifications and, you know, they want to own the car so that they don't have to make those modifications.
It's a cool car. No
Yes,
doubt
it
about
is.
that.
Sure.
All right, for 50 and some change, 51,000 I think was the number. And so we'll move on. 2013 Mercedes-Benz SL550.
You know what I really love about these cars? The VIN has 17 digits. So and they all must mean something.
I'm sure they do.
But
and you've got them all memorized, so you can decode them, right?
Oh, every single one. Oh my! This has got that 4.6 liter, 429 horsepower V8 in it. The SL550. This is the gunship for Mercedes. Power, tactable hardtop, panoramic glass roof. A couple of turbos hanging off that 4.6 automatic transmission. 19-inch AMG alloy wheels. And plenty of life left in it. Just barely over 11,000 miles on the Odo.
Reserve off here at 38,000. And another grand. We'll take care of the deal. 39 to buy that SL550. Next up, here's an 04 911 Carrera convertible.
Yeah, Chris Jacobs walking over to this Porsche to give us an on-the-scene report.
Well, what this car has going for it is that 6-speed manual transmission behind that 3.6 liter flat 6, and also the color. It just says red on the consignment sheet. Porsche refers to it as guards red. And it's really, really clean. You know, I mean, we've had so many 996s come across the auction block yesterday and now starting today. And you know what? This one is probably the best example that I've seen so far.
Could be very true, man. Last of that generation, 996.2.
Yeah, and it was a complete redesign for the 911 when the 996s came out. This shares very little with the previous version, and this was, of course, the first water-cooled 911. The previous 993 being the last air-cooled version.
Yeah, that's a real 6-speed too. Traditional 3-pedal manual 6-speed transmission, not a Tiptronic or paddle shift, push button.
None of that.
Levers. No. All of that other, crazy hocus pocus you find now in some cars.
Consignor knew what they had. The reserve was not met.
Right.
He's going to hang on to it.
That's okay. 30,000 was the number. We're back in a moment. We are back in Las Vegas once again. Welcome to a brand new sponsor of Mecum Auctions, Real Garage Life. They feature advantage lifts, and there you see it, and so much more for your entire garage. Even if you might not even need a lift, they can get you covered and make your garage a safe haven for your vehicle. Right now, as you see the website on the left, you can look for promo codes there. Let's check in with Rutledge for today's Real Garage Life preview.
Scott, I've got one of maybe the most beautiful cars I've seen come through Mecum before. This is the 69 Plymouth Roadrunner, better known as the Roadrunner. Take a look under the hood. Massive Hemi, huge supercharger. But this car is a total work of art. Almost estimate over $1 million into this build. And I want you to take a look inside this car where you can really see that artistry. Look at the door panels, how the glass has all been deleted. But inside, everywhere you look, there was just thought went into every single detail of this rolling piece of art. But take a look underneath this car and you can really see every single angle. This thing was meant to be a showpiece. This is what people would love to have in their garage, and that's where Real Garage Life comes in. It's the perfect way to design your custom garage. If you had a work of art like this, or even a project that you're working on, you can use their augmented reality in their free app you can download, and then you can have a place like this. You can actually spend time with a work of art like this. I mean, again, the trunk, every single angle of this car, even the Plymouth logo here on the trunk and how it's all backlit. That's why you got to go to Real Garage Life, so you could design your perfect garage that could match a winning showpiece like this one, guys.
Thank you very much, Rutledge Wood, RealGarageLife.com. That would have been a SEMA car all day long.
Well, it was. It debuted at SEMA in 2023, and man, it was a showstopper. When I saw it, I was just like, wow.
Yep.
The only thing it's missing is a turntable. That should be on a turntable.
That's true. Yeah, very nice. Thank you, Rut. Appreciate that. And the involvement of Real Garage Life with us here at Mecum. Here is a 2024 Camaro ZL1 Collector Edition, essentially brand new, as we said farewell to the Camaro yet again.
Here comes the money. No reserve on this car with 12 miles on the odometer and that much desired 650 horsepower LT4 supercharged engine. Look out. Matte black outside, black bucket seat interior. Red calipers, too, really offset those beautiful alloy wheels, 20 inches at all four corners.
12 miles.
What a car. Dare I say, well bought at that price.
Yeah, but here's the deal. I mean, the Camaro has gone away. Do you buy this and park it? I mean, that's the question.
There's the rub right there.
Right.
I mean, I guess it depends, how much more you got to spend.
Well, I got to believe there's a smoke-filled room at GM right now where they're conjuring up the next Camaro.
I was going to say, park it until they unveil the next generation.
It was announced that Camaro is coming to NASCAR, so maybe.
That's right, guys. They're going to run the ZL1 Camaro that does not exist in showrooms on the racetrack. So, yeah, maybe Bill's right. Maybe this is going to start something.
I was going to say, Camaro in name only there. So we'll see. All kinds of good fodder in the automotive world these days. Here is 1972 Hurst Olds Pace Car Edition, Bill Stevens.
Yeah, last year for this body style, GM went to that Colonnade body style in '73, so this is considered a classic. Yep, 629 that were built in 1972. The 455 by 1972. Remember, they changed the way we rated horsepower. We had emissions coming in. We had, a lower compression. So although it's rated somewhere around 200 horsepower, in reality, it makes more than that. rally suspension with power disc brakes. And again, one of only 629 that were built, definitely gives it some collectability, and the reserve is off.
There's one name that comes to mind when I see this car.
The driver who won in '72?
Nope. Linda Vaughn.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yep. We all love Linda. And she may be watching. Hello,
That's
Mr.
true. Hi,
Golden
Linda.
Shifter. We love you.
Oh, and by the way, the driver who won in '72 was Mark Donahue.
Okay, I figured you'd know.
Yes. Roger Penske's, nope. Yeah, I believe it was Penske's first win.
Wow.
At Indy, 1972.
Now he's got 157, right?
Not that many, but close. 1967 Camaro up next. No reserve.
Oh, that's not original, is it? This is an LS engine that's been tuned by House of Boost, which means it's got a turbo in there, an ON3 performance turbo, and it's got all of the right pieces to go along. LS6 intake with FAST fast fuel rails. Brian Tooley, stage 2 cam, performance head service, did the cylinder head work. So we're pushing well over 500 horsepower. 12-bolt rear end, 411 gears. And a great looking paint job there. Simple, but perfect. No reserve.
Yep. And Matt Morvac called last call. $35,000 buys that first-year Camaro.
A lot of power per buck just went across the block.
Right behind it is a look at a 1970 El Camino Super Sport. It's got big block power.
Yep. I would say that's a 454. I don't know exactly what its source is. It is not the LS6, but it is a matching numbers big block. And frame off restored with an automatic. Oh, your Turbo 400 back there.
I saw 396 badging there, but as we know, never trust a badge.
Right. And in 1970, the 396 was supplanted by the 454. That was the big story when that broad-shouldered big block came in. It's got some original documentation as well, and the photos of the restoration we always like to see. I love to see that. And I'm looking at a car that's been through that process. This, to see step by step how it all came together.
It's interesting to note that they left the 396 badges on the fender, considering it is an era appropriate, a year appropriate 454 under the hood. So it makes you wonder what exactly is the originality of the
not the first time. Yeah, not the first time we've seen that. You do. It's a kind of a head scratcher.
You'd think you'd want to announce the 454,
right?
But who knows?
Maybe trying to make a little sleeper out of it. Who knows?
Right. 67,000 is the current bid. Jamie McLeod there, the upper left-hand corner, has a phone bidder in his headset.
Bob! Got 77 on the phone. Give 80.
Of course, the 402 came along, but Chevy still maintained that 396 nomenclature on the engine, because by that time it had gained such a reputation. It just sounded a whole lot sexier than 402.
We talked about that yesterday.
Yeah.
It really did.
Thank you.
All right, how about $80,000? That is a solid number 2 for us today. Well, don't forget, glad that you're with us on ESPN Plus, but there are also other ways to watch Mecum auctions. You can watch Mecum TV on the Roku channel and on Mecum's YouTube channel. By the way, Mecum TV on the Roku channel currently with the Larry's Legacy auction from the Claremont Museum. You can watch previews of the Ferrari 250 GTO that's coming to Kissimmee and other automobiles that are coming to Kissimmee. Lots and lots of different stuff on Mecum TV on the Roku channel and on YouTube. So check it all out. In the meantime, we're checking out a blue and white 55 Bel Air.
I would say that blue is dangerously close to the official color of the Scott Hoke Hot Rod Association.
It is.
Yeah.
You are absolutely right.
Looks great with that white. And you know what? That engine, that's had some work. You just saw it a few moments ago. That is a 4-bolt main 350 that's been bored 30 over. It's got headers. They threw an Eagle steel crank in there, a roller camshaft. It all ties together with a 700 R4 automatic transmission. The drive shaft leads out to a Ford 9-inch rear end with 373 gears. That is a pretty burly powertrain.
People, I'm telling you, that blue and white color combination is killer. That 56 Bel Air we had yesterday. Oh my goodness.
You're right.
67.
Yeah, and it's the kind of the perfect balance between the blue and the white too. And coming off of the roof all the way down the quarters and the deck lid as well. It really balances out well. And those Riddler wheels, kind of perfect on this ride.
Boom.
Yep.
You are so right.
You know what else they've done too? I'm sure you've noticed. All of the original trim, chrome, stainless in place. Nothing has been shaved off of the car.
Yeah, the chrome on the side of that 55, well, and the 56 really as well, really lends itself to what you were talking about, Chris, that balance, an easy way to divide that white and blue up, and it looks fantastic.
Again, look at that rear molding right there that forms that 5. Always kind of like to point that out. Easy way to identify. Once you see it, you'll always see it.
Frank? 63 in that. Yeah, I knew you were doing it.
Okay, Kirk Delzell there making sure it's cool to take that reserve off at 65,000. There it is, Hammer Falls. And a new owner is dead ahead for that 55 Bel Air. Our live coverage on ESPN Plus continues from Las Vegas in just a moment.
Oh my Ferrari. Are you kidding me? 67 GTB4 alloy, F40, 288 GTO. Unbelievable collection. It was my honor to go out to Tennessee and check it out in person. I did a preview of these cars in Fort Worth, but now I'm going to turn it over to my good friend Rutledge Wood, who is going to tell you what he thinks of these amazing machines sitting next to each other. Rut.
Chris, these two cars that I'm standing in front of and next to are part of the Bachman collection that everyone will get to see cross the block at Kissimmee coming up in January. And I just want you all to know I'm having one of those moments where I'm not saying I'm having heart palpitations, but my heart is really beating fast because I didn't think as a kid growing up in Alabama I'd ever see a car like this, let alone be by two of them. Take a look at the 2015 Ferrari LaFerrari. This one is a hardtop. It's got the red and yellow interior on it, custom yellow paint job on this. This beautiful car right here only has 157 miles on it in total. I know what you're thinking. Well, if you had that and you didn't maybe put a lot of miles on it, maybe you should get a second one to keep the miles off that 949 horsepower hybrid V12. That's why right here you'd want the 2017 Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta. This one has the carbon fiber roof that comes off. It's got black and yellow interior, carbon fiber mirrors. I mean, all of this car is carbon fiber, but you really get to see the grain, I should say, on the mirrors. I mean, unbelievable that a person got to have one of these cars, let alone two. And they've got 48 different cars that are a part of that amazing collection. And I'll be honest, I had to go through a metal detector. There's real heavy security over here. Everything that makes these cars so special. And Scott, I think the translation in Italian is the Ferrari. So pretty incredible to see these cars here, guys.
It is the Ferrari. You are correct, Rutledge. And by the way, that open top version, the Aperta from 2017, has only 96 miles on the clock.
Incredible cars, and of course, Mr. Bachman loved his yellow cars, Gialla Modena, which is the official color of the city that is the original home to Ferrari. So quite an homage via those amazing cars.
They're all going to be in Kissimmee starting in January of 2026.
That 96 miles.
Yes.
Was achieved in 40 seconds.
Could have been.
Yeah.
It could have been. Well, let's get to a little bit of yellow Mopar history here today, everybody. A 1970 Challenger TA, current bid in excess of $80,000.
Yeah, homologation car, of course, the cousin to the Plymouth Cuda. And this one, of course, is all numbers matching. Some of the details to point out: the side pipes, the lift-off fiberglass hood, 340 with the 6-pack underneath. And this one, of course, is mated to that 4-speed pistol grip transmission, which makes it highly, highly desirable. The rally wheels, this is a flawless restoration. I'm getting a real close-up look at it right now. The top is in perfect condition. Unbelievable car, very rare, very valuable, and it's got all the documentation here to back up what this car is.
Yeah, the high-impact color, that's top banana. Also, that is a matching numbers powertrain, too. 290 horses, the rating on that, which, of course, is ridiculous. Those engines putting out a lot more than that.
And all that added up to a $95,000 Hammer. That's going to ride second in our overall list at this point today, with a 1966 Impala right behind it. A little bit of custom work here. Let's dig deeper and find out how much, Bill.
Well, first of all, this is that color blue. Some people call it Corvette blue, but it is probably the most appealing color on what might be the most appealing full-size Chevy from that time period, the 66 Impala. That is a big block right there, and with a 4-speed transmission, it looks like a 454, but of course big blocks look like each other anyway. The consignor didn't provide us with a displacement. But it, of course, in 1966, you'd get a 396 and a 427. It might be a 427. 12-bolt rear end, power front disc brakes, and staggered wheels again. Billet specialties, 18s in the front, 20s in the back.
Reserves is off, and Trev Morbeck hammers it at $36,000. And a gentleman up in the gold bidder section will drive that out of here today or have it transported home. Next up is 23 Challenger Shakedown Wide Body.
Yeah, there were 7 last call models in 2023 to commemorate the end of the SRT program, and this was the first of those 7. The Shakedown, of course. Special graphics there. This one done in pitch black. Features the 6.4 liter Hemi that is naturally aspirated. And this one boasts a manual transmission, which of course is highly desirable in these cars right here. What a great setup, and a virtually delivery miles here, 650, so used just a little bit, but man, what a car. So cool looking.
645 horsepower out of that 6.4. And of course, that was not the most powerful Hemi that you could get in those last call cars. But this one right here, with only that few miles on it, literally looks like it's never been driven at all.
Yeah, still has that chin spoiler guard on there, which, of course, is the great debate.
Oh, yeah.
Surprised it's on there with that many miles on this car, but hey, preserve if you can.
Exactly.
Didn't they swap those to pink after a while, Chris?
They actually did, and they became more popular.
Isn't that wild? The delivery guards became an accessory.
43,000. They're still working on this Challenger here. All right, well, that's the number on that Shakedown Wide Body Challenger, $43,000. Terrific car. Coming up next here for us, selling at no reserve, 1969 Roadrunner. Chris Jacobs, take it away.
Oh man, what a restoration. This is perfect. It looks like it just rolled off the assembly line. We're getting a look at the VIN. We can see that the 5th character is H, which means this left the factory as a high performance 383. Doesn't indicate on the consignment sheet whether or not this is a matching numbers drivetrain, but certainly date correct. Backed up by a 4-speed manual transmission, bench seat. That's such an awesome combination right there. And again, there is nothing aftermarket on this car, just restored to perfection. Color matched wheels with the dog dish Plymouth Division hubcaps on there. Man, this is a great, great car. Scorch red with the black stripes on the hood. Just classic Mopar.
2 engine choices in 1969 for your Roadrunner. You could either get the 383 or the Hemi, although the 440 6-pack or 6-barrel also jumped in halfway through 1969.
Such a great car, voted Motor Trend's Car of the Year in its second model year in 1969.
And you know, during the restoration, this is pretty clever. The restorer used a video of an unrestored car, kind of uses the blueprint for the restoration.
Yep.
That makes sure that you're not going to make any mistakes.
No reserve once again.
Hey! Yeah!
Interesting that this is stalling out at around this bid. Very well bought if it goes for this. I can't even imagine what the bid would be if this was either a 440 or a Hemi car.
No, we'd be upstream. You can bet on that.
Well, the battle continues. Internet and House going after this Roadrunner.
Thank you.
And it looks like Katie with the Internet's going to have the upper hand when all is said and done.
Yeah, you're right, Chris. That's another bargain basement sale here at Mecum.
For that level of restoration, absolutely. I mean, that's a 6-figure resto right there.
4-speed car, too.
All right, on the block right now is a 2025 Bronco, one of many different editions. This one's a little bit special, though, Bill Stevens.
Well, you remember the name Bill Strope from the old days of off-road racing. In fact, he even get into drag racing for a while, too. Very well known, high-performance shop. Turned out a lot of very successful race machines, so they are certainly paying tribute to him with this Strobe edition of this 2025 Bronco with only 132 miles on the clock. And the window sticker's still on it. EcoBoost 2.7 liter V6 and a 10-speed automatic transmission with the Sasquatch package. 4-wheel anti-lock disc brakes too. LCD touchscreen, 12-inch, big boy. Not going to make the reserve.
No, not close. 60,000 is the high bid on that Strope edition Bronco. Looks great.
Yeah.
It's got some cool options too. That V6 EcoBoost.
Yeah. Red, white, blue.
Nice.
God bless America.
Right. 1970 CUDA rolling up behind that Bronco for us.
Oh, I've been waiting for this one. This is probably my favorite car at the auction. Moulin Rouge, such a rare color too. This color was only offered in the spring of 1970. Otherwise, you had to special order it. That is the 340 under the hood right there. Now, this is not the numbers matching 340, but I believe that this car left the factory as a 340. Incredible restoration, and the color continues on the underside of this car too. Color matched wheels, poverty caps, and of course the iconic pistol grip 4-speed transmission. I put this car on my social and it immediately got so much traction and love. A lot of people said this is the only pink car that I would ever drive. Of course, Panther pink if it's a Dodge, but this one being a Plymouth Moulin Rouge.
Guys, I recognize that I am a father of 3 girls whose favorite color is purple, followed up by a nice hot pink afterwards. There's just nothing else that compares to this color on a car like this, of this era, with those wheels. I know that like Dodge was definitely in Plymouth, they were the underdogs for a lot of things, but I look at this and go, oh, this is why so many people loved Mopar and went crazy for them, because they were bold, they were different.
It's what Mopar did differently from Ford and Chevrolet. They built character into their cars.
Right.
The Roadrunner is the perfect example. The Duster is another example. All the graphics that they would use, they were highly animated. The names of these colors, the high impact colors, it all just gives the consumer a chance to show a lot of personality. And I love where the bidding is at on this car right now.
Yeah. And that Roid Runner, how about that for a Mopar?
Oh, you guys, it's so insane. It's hard to wrap my mind around. I love that shot right there where we're seeing how good those steel wheels look paint matched to that car.
Yeah.
The Mopars really, they were next level with that.
Hey, good solid pick, CJ. That one just gabbled at 120. That's our #1 car so far today.
By the way, I don't want to go crazy about this, but you are such a good dad. You actually know your daughter's favorite colors. Not every dad can say that.
Oh, did I make it sound like their favorite color was purple? Bill, I'm so sorry. I meant my favorite color was purple.
Oh, I stand corrected.
Oh, that was too easy, Rut. All right, 120 for that one, and another CUDA here right behind it.
And another high impact color, this one called Lemon Twist. And you're getting a look under the hood there. That's the N code 383. And the thing that really stands out about this car is the gator grain top. Such a cool option, relatively rare. Not a lot of people really like the gator grain, but man, it just sets off the car so well. You got the kind of toothy rocker panel down underneath, the 15-inch rally wheels, of course. And this one is also equipped with the pistol grip 4-speed, so amazing powertrain. 383, kind of the perfect amount of power for this car, and you know the bidding isn't going to get quite as high as the Moulin Rouge one that we just saw because of the more common color and also because of the 383 under the hood.
Let's see, louvered, slotted, first time anybody's called them toothy. Molding so long the rocker panel shark.
They should have done them to match the gator and done like a crocodile tooth.
That's actually what was in my mind.
Oh Lord, what have I wrought?
I don't know, man.
If they were crocodile teeth, you could look at it and say, "What a croc!" You're welcome. That was just for you. I hope my dad is laughing somewhere right now.
Every night in the lounge, 2 shows nightly, 8 o'clock.
Hey, we're in the perfect town for that, right?
Yep.
$70,000 for that car, and mercifully, we'll take a break and be back in a moment. Well, if that's not a picture of Las Vegas, easily identifiable. I can't think of one.
Yep, the final scene in Ocean's 11, the remake.
Yep. That wasn't it. That was a different piece of video, I believe.
Yes, I should have made that clear.
It's all right. All good. Here's a hot little car for us. A 1967 Dodge Dart GT with a 340 V8 under the hood.
Oh, cool car. You bet. Yep, 340. This one packing 275 horsepower. 1,626 of these Darts produced with the V8 back in '67. Right in the heart of the muscle car era. Little Mighty Mouse, these cars. Pretty quick on the street. 727 torque flight with 355 gears in the back. They restored the inside, put a new paint job on it, and it's got those beautiful factory issued alloy wheels there with the, actually their steel wheels look like alloys with the trim rings in the center cab.
Hey man, a Dart with a 340 is nothing to sneeze at.
No way. What I love about the Dart is how many different versions of the Dart that you could get, whether 2-door or 4-door or high performance or not. You know, it's such a cool car and an enduring name. A little sad what they attached it to more modernly, but you know, the Dart of old will always be iconic.
Yeah, a year or two after this one, old Mr. Norm started putting some really formidable engines in these little cars.
Indeed he did. Let's move on to a 65 Impala wagon. Bill Stevens, what do you think here?
I think a lot. I think that that's a 572 cubic inch big block crate motor. Oh, we're talking maybe 500 to 550 horsepower.
You okay with that in an Impala wagon?
Look at my face. Do I look happy?
Yes, you do.
What a great
Look at
build.
that interior.
Yeah, this is a big money project. Got aluminum heads on that 572, by the way. Double pumper, big Holley carburetor. Automatic transmission, you saw the inside. What can you say about the interior? All reworked, all in leather.
Bill, you don't need a third row for this. It's got all the speakers your family can take in there.
Oh, man, crank up the Metallica. Here we go.
Wow, this is a ripper. And interestingly, Chris, the rear door handles are shaved, so you're going to have to pop those open for the kids to get in, but this would be a fun family cruiser.
I got 3 words for this car. Stance, stance, stance. It just looks like it is ready to go. Well done.
And look at the hood-mounted instrument cluster in the exterior mounted.
Straight out of drag racing.
That's how I knew before I saw that it was a 572. I was like, oh, this thing's for real, whatever this is. It was just calling my name.
You got your voltage, your oil pressure, and your water temp right in the driver's face. Very cool.
Yep. Putting California in the California rake.
Ooh, baby. All right, here's another car from this collection that we're viewing, the Holden Grace collection. This is a 1970 Challenger with Hemi power. Not original Hemi power, but still Hemi.
No, that's a full house Hemi right there.
Yep.
All done by the block shop. They've got a comp cam in there with hydraulic lifters, roller rockers, Milodon, Hemi oil pan, 10-to-1 compression, and aftermarket connecting rods. How about that interior? Yeah, I see the pistol grip shifter, but not too much in the way of modifications on the cabin there, as you can see. Underneath, Hotchkiss pieces everywhere, including the rear shocks, the subframe connectors, sway bar, adjustable control arms. Wow, again, money, money, money made that car happen.
Yeah, once you get a G-body, a G-code E-body that's been upgraded to all that power. So these cars are loving their new lives.
The high bid on that Challenger at $65,000.
Oh, man, that car's got trouble written all over it.
Well, this one might have as well. Little Pontiac GTO, real GTO that has been hopped up to, pro touring wannabe.
Obscene standards, as I like to say. Let's start with the restoration. Frame off. The body came off the frame. Everything was cleaned up and restored. Then the body goes back on. Let's go to the powertrain. Fuel-injected 5.7 LS with a Tremec 5-speed, 4-wheel disc brakes, and a Hotchkiss suspension setup. Flowmaster 2.5-inch dual exhaust. Boy, I'll bet those exhaust pipes make real music. Edelbrock trailing arms, aftermarket coilovers. That GTO will stay planted when you punch that throttle.
I kind of like that this doesn't have the Judge treatment on it, but with that color stripe, Bill, I'd say it's a little bit judgy.
It is. It's borderline. It's got a little bit of that Judge flavor on it, you bet.
It'll definitely help you look down on other, kind of pro street, pro touring kind of folks, because this was done right. It looks like a great setup.
They didn't waste money on this build. All top-rate stuff.
The high bid is going to be $52,000. So waiting for the right number to come around to take that one home. So bubble top time, 1962 Bel Air bubble top.
Oh, and this one is full house all the way.
Oh.
You bet. Yep. Chassis was built by John's Racecraft. I know John up there in Brockton, Massachusetts. John on Dredgco, and he is a longtime drag racer. Built a lot of race cars, a lot of race car chassis. Man, his trophy room is maxed out. Big 468 cube big block with 850 horsepower. Dual Edelbrocks, B&M supercharger, turbo 400 transmission with a reverse manual valve body. That is straight out of drag racing. 3,500 RPM stall converter as well for hard launches. 4-link rear end, 430 gears. Yow, did you see that interior, man?
And guys, right up there on the fender, you can see Radical Flyer is the emblem they made, and I believe that, Bill. That sucker is so stout under the hood, like you said. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, John definitely has a reputation for putting cars together that are not only just fabulous to look at, but can really get up. This car was featured in Super Chevy magazine as well.
Looks like those are weld wheels, maybe,
Weld
with
wheels.
the cross flag emblem on the centers.
Correctamundo, sir. Can't get over that interior, all that leather. Ooh. Could just kind of sink right into it and never be seen again.
45 grand. That is going to be the final bid for now on this bow tie. All right, here is the 96 911 Carrera 4S, the first of 3 model years of this particular version. Chris previewed this car for us a little while ago. They kind of cobbled together a Porsche in the very, very best way possible.
Yeah, and you know, immediately we're at $70,000, which is very appropriate for a 993, especially a coupe, sunroof car.
Car like this ought to be a 6-figure car.
Absolutely, it's there, and there it is.
Right.
Yeah, limited production. Less than 7,000 of these were built back in '96. Got the 3.6 liter, 282 horse, flat 6, and a real manly 6-speed manual gearbox. Limited slip, all-wheel drive. It'll hunker down.
It's got the body work from a 993 turbo, even though it's not a turbo car.
Where did that go?
Yeah, those flared hips.
Yep.
And this really represented a huge departure from the traditional 911. The 964, which is the version that precedes this, had those very pronounced, headlight fenders. But this one is way laid back, and it really has become popular, I'd say, in the past maybe 2 or 3 years, where the 993s have just soared, and we're seeing that with $130,000 sale price.
To go along with those kind of fat fenders there, it's got the turbo-style wheels as well.
And you mentioned it, Chris, $130,000. That is right in the sweet spot of those 4S's, and we'll be back to Las Vegas in just a moment. Welcome back to Las Vegas. Terrific Saturday happening before our very eyes here at the Convention Center. We are just a couple of hours in, a third of the way through our program today. Scott Hoke here in the booth with Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Danielle, Trotta, Rutledge Wood, the entire gang in the truck right behind us, and we'll be packing up for Kansas City. Coming up next, our coverage starts on the 5th of December. Right now, it is time to check in with Chris Jacobs for today's installment of our Stable Performance Tip.
Oh, yeah, Scott. Well, here in Las Vegas, it's a dry climate, but that doesn't mean that you could fall victim to rust. And that's where your friend Stable comes in with their Rust Stopper. Stops rust in its tracks, prevents new rust from forming. Great product, and you know what? This is a great car that I'm standing with right here. First year of the Gen 2 of the Camaro, 1970. This has got the Z28 package, of course, featuring that 350 turbo fire under the hood, backed up by the Muncie M20 4-speed manual transmission. It's got the Z28 wheels, the Z28 stripe kit. This is done up in classic copper over sandalwood interior. Really beautiful car, and I've always said I love the 70. It is my favorite year of of the Camaro. So looking forward to seeing this Z go across the blocks. Coming very soon, Scott. Back to you.
It will not be long, Chris. Thank you very much. And that's our Stable Performance Tip for today. You can check out their entire product line there at the website. 2014, I think we're going to be able to wrap up what's happening on this 2014 Cadillac CTS V wagon. I emphasize V for a good reason, Bill.
Oh, this is a gunship from Cadillac. These are the cars that changed the Cadillac's image almost overnight. With all this horsepower, 556 out of that supercharged 6.2 of the 6-speed automatic transmission. Rutledge, you're beaming.
Yeah, and this one just sold for $52,000. You've got one of these, but yours is purple, right?
Oh no, mine of this is this same spec, buddy. I wish it was purple. Same white with black, the auto 6-speed with the paddle shift. I had to change the wheels on mine because mine were a little bit chewed up. But guys, it's selling for $52 grand.
still worth some money.
A 6-speed, it would add another 10. Manual transmission, it'd add another 10 to 15 usually.
Yeah.
Is what people are willing to pay. But man, what a fun car! I love it. I got to be honest, it's probably my favorite I own.
That's cool.
Hot rod caddy.
Yep, and $52K for it. Now more Las Vegas Mopar action here for us from 1971. Now a Super B that comes out of the Top Flight muscle car collection here in Vegas.
Rare, rare, rare. Citron yellow, 1 year only color, only available in 71. What a great restoration here too. These Top Flight guys, man, they know what they're doing when it comes to restoring these Mopars. This, of course, is in GY3 Citron yellow. This is powered by a 383. Once again, there it is, the pistol grip 4-speed. Just an iconic Mopar shifter and looks great in all of these cars. Vinyl top is in perfect condition. All of the trim is flawless. Once again, the 15-inch rally wheels all the way around. It's the last year of the Super B before it merged with the Charger name. So, iconic car, absolutely, especially in this color, Bill.
Yeah, definitely these Mopars going through some changes through this time period. By 1973, 1974, the Roadrunner, all of the performance Chryslers were going through a decline in horsepower. So yeah, 1971, last year for the Hemi, as you mentioned, last year for the Super B. So once again, their desirability has been maintained because of that.
And it's really, having that yellow Mecum sign behind there gives you a little perspective. It might look yellow-ish on camera. This thing, guys, is the coolest shade of that Citron neon green almost, right?
Full highlighter. You know, it does look much different on camera than it does here in person. It's a lot more green, a lot more electric in person.
It really is. And it brings the money at $45,000. 1972 Blazer now. K5 Blazer up on the block.
Yeah, we're ready for another K5 Blazer because it's been a little while since we've seen one.
A minute.
Yeah, and here we go. Frame off restoration, 350 mouse motor with an automatic. Original colors, still wearing them, medium green and white. And some extras like AC, power steering and brakes, has the factory gauge package, and the black bucket seat interior with a console. Worth some big money. K5 market. The smoke is still coming off of it.
And this is one of the only ones we've seen without a big modified suspension on it.
Right.
And I think those look like 33s to me, Bill. They could be a tiny bit bigger, but really feels it up well. Got the kind of slotted rallies on there with that period correct cap. I like that a lot.
Let's put it this way. I don't think you'd want to put bigger rubber on that truck. I think that's big enough.
Absolutely.
Just about any application, yeah.
We have not had a K5 in a while.
No.
And I will tell you that there are two coming up in the next, I'd say half an hour-ish, thereabouts. Two more of these, maybe three. Yeah, we're knocking on six figures, knocking on that door, Bill, and I'm thinking it's got to be. This is too nice. It's got to be 100 or more.
Yes. You know, in terms of our opinion, I would go along with that. But you know, you never know how motivated the consignor is. Sometimes we see them really come to the bidder.
Absolutely. And they take that reserve off in a heartbeat. Not the case here.
No.
And so there's a strategy going on for sure. And we're going to leave it at 100 even for now. Here's another challenger. This is a 70 RT, Chris.
Yeah, they ran out of ink checking the option boxes on this one. It's got everything. Of course, the V code 446 under the hood. Backed up once again by that A833 pistol grip 4-speed manual transmission. Plum crazy, another iconic high impact color, this time with the white interior. Getting a look at that right now. The rally gauges, the rear window louvers, the deck lid spoiler, 15-inch rally wheels. Once again, the white stripe kit. I mean, this just is so iconically Mopar goodness. 1970 once again just coming in so strong with the argument that it is the pinnacle year of muscle in Detroit.
Well, the Mopar detectives went all over this Challenger. 2 original broadcast sheets. It's in the Chrysler Registry report. They looked at everything, the VIN and the trim tag. All of the documentation has been checked out in this car to make sure that everything that's listed is for real.
Yeah, I've got that original broadcast sheet in hand right here, Bill. And this is something that makes Mopar geeks like me go crazy. And this one is in amazingly good condition right there. Probably stuck in the springs in the rear seat and never had any damage done to it.
Yep. Yeah, don't bring that over here. You leave that with the car. You were walking back toward the booth, man. I'm thinking,
a little memento.
You did.
I remember when I found that in my 70 Charger, and you feel like you found a pot of gold. I thought there's no way it's under there. It just, there it was.
Yeah, no kidding.
Well, let's move on. Guess what? I predicted that we'd have a few K5s. Here's one from 1972 once again, Bill.
Modified, not original like the earlier one. LS3, 430 horse, crate motor, 4L80E automatic transmission. It's got that Aeromotive Phantom fuel system, which is a cool upgrade. Stainless steel headers, Holley Terminator, engine, transmission, and wiring harness.
And Rutledge wood interior.
It's pretty solid. And now this one, different from that last one we saw a couple lots ago. This one does have a 2.5-inch lift kit. It's got Bilstein shocks on there. So it's interesting to see this one with a few more mods, a little bit different style interior with that LS going for a lot more money right now than the other one was rolling across for.
Yeah, 10 grand more at the moment, and 15. I think it's all about the plaid myself. That's just me.
I agree. I agree.
Boy, I didn't even get to a bunch of modifications.
Go ahead. You've got the floor.
Well, here we go. We've got retro sound Bluetooth stereo system in there. Also, the Dakota digital gauge cluster that we like to see. Vintage air, 373 gears, front and rear. And all of the installation. You can see the build quality on this Blazer.
Yep.
Yeah, they took their time, and rightly so.
$125.
For so many years, Rutledge, these Blazers were just an afterthought. They had just been beaten to a pulp and parked behind the barn, and who really cares about an old Blazer? Boy, did that change, huh?
Well, Frank offered the Mecum rule at $135,000. And they're still thinking about it.
$135,000
Just basically, you know, stretch its legs miles since that restoration has been completed. 500 miles and some change.
Yeah, just to make everything, you know, right, road ready, and everything works.
Guys, I gotta be honest, as an owner of a 72 K5 with plaid interior and a 450 horse LS under the hood, I'm really enjoying the number this is selling for, and I think it should keep going.
Don't look like you're moving. I got 125. 125.
Well, good news. They lifted the reserve, but now anybody else can jump in. So you're still high bid at 125.
That's one of our Mecum consignment agents, Zach Sawinski, up there in the upper left-hand corner. His man has the high bid for now. We'll see what happens.
They got 127.5 on the floor now, so it's 130 to you.
127.5, the reserve is off the truck.
130.
130. Now 132.5.
Now, if it gets to 135, this is a tough. Oh, you're holding at 130 still. Come on, sell it to him. We did all the work. You got it, sir.
All right, there it is. Yep, Zach got his wish. Sweet. And you did too a little bit, Rutledge.
Yeah, Rutledge.
An extra 5K.
That was awesome. I think it's telling me I might have to paint mine. That's the indicator I got.
You remind me of the guys that are watching the auction. They got a clapped out 65 Mustang with 300,000 miles, and we'll see a Shelby GT350 sell for $500,000 and go, oh, baby!
Yahtzee.
Yeah.
130 for that K5 Blazer. A Charger RT from 1971 has landed front and center, Mr. Jacobs.
Well, there's a theme developing. Another V code. That's the 440 plus the 6-pack. That's 3 2-barrel carburetors under the hood. And once again, backed up by that A833 4-speed manual with the pistol grip, as you're getting a look at right now. This one done in another high-impact color, a popular one, Hemi Orange in the Dodge configuration. Be called Tor Red if it was a Plymouth. Over black, another phenomenal restoration, flawless top, flawless bright work, again with the 15-inch rallies. I think the only thing that sets this car apart from the other ones is the assembly plant. This one is an A code, which means it came from Lynch Road. I actually had a free day in Detroit one time and went by the Lynch Road plant just so I could be in its presence. It was a very cool little field trip that I made. But yeah, another stellar restoration here, and the bidding is reflecting that, Bill.
Yeah, indeed. You know, this car was kind of like a harbinger of dark days ahead in Detroit, because the 440 6-barrel setup and 6-pack setup on both the Plymouth and the Dodge was rated at 390 horsepower in its obsession. By 1971, it was down to 385. And so the beginnings of the horsepower in retrograde happened just about this time.
And this one equipped with the track pack and also the Sure Grip, which was Mopar's version of the positive traction, meaning power is going to both rear wheels.
Right. Yeah, the new Process A833 4-speed transmission, indestructible.
$105 is bid, and I think $107.5 would be the next bid, according to Matt.
Yeah, and the bidding, I think, is reflecting the fact that these buyers in the crowd here in Vegas have really done their homework about this car. They've given it a very good looking over, and they're very pleased with the level of this restoration.
Yeah, I can't go that high.
I didn't realize till this moment, I've been behind these cars before, but when you're at a 45-degree angle on either side, you really get a good look at the taillights. So fascinating to think, like, this was the think tank back there. They're like, how do we make the car different? And one guy was like, hear me out. What if we just angle the taillights a little bit funky and different? Those were those things I think made Mopar so cool.
That's 105 in the fees.
Yeah, I got to give him.
125 is my best.
I got net him 110.
All right.
So.
All right, thank you.
Do 105 and 8%.
All right, now offering us 101.
All right.
Yep.
Camaro Z28. Comprehensive restoration, oxide primer undercarriage, got an LT1 V8.
Well, they moved on to the next car.
I got 105, but how much is this?
I told him 50. I told him already 50 something.
Okay. Yeah, I got 105.
Fuck. All I got to say, fuck is all I got to say.
Yep.
I have to sell it then.
Sell it?
We'll give you an update on what's going on. They are moving on to the Camaro, the Z28 that you see right there. Well, you're going to see here in a second. And from the looks of things, that Charger RT did sell. We'll just wait to get a number on it for you. It was 105, and now the Z28 is at 37,000.
Yep, this is the second gen of the Z28, and they went to the 350 after the 302 was put out to pasture. This with 360 horsepower out of that LT1. Same engine that was in the Corvette that was rated at 370, but again, GM did not want to have the carpet pulled out from under the Corvette, so they downrated it 10 horsepower. It's got the M20 Muncie, that's the wide ratio 4-speed manual in this one with a 12-bolt and 373 posi gears.
No.
Correct intake, Winters, and that Holly up there. All correct. Got the rear spoiler. Those Argent wheels.
All right, it's E28 from 1970. Bid goes on at $45,000, and we can confirm now that Charger RT from 71 did sell for $105,000. All right, here is one of my favorite cars at this auction.
I'm rooting for this, Chris Jacobs.
It's a Hemi GTX from 1967.
Phenomenal. It's the word to describe this car, this restoration, what it left the factory with, of course. It's the real deal. Numbers matching 426 Hemi. Done up in bright blue over white, white top, automatic transmission, which is perfect for the convertible. And just again, flawless Magnum 500 wheels. Hemi badge proudly displayed on the fender alongside the Belvedere GTX. Of course, GTX was a trim level of the Belvedere before it became its own model in 1968.
That 68 is my personal favorite year. However, I'm not going to sneeze at this car at all.
Nope, first year for the GTX, and this car was considered the gentleman's Mopar, and kind of like taking a Road Runner and teaching it some manners, basically. Just wasn't as rough-hewn as the Road Runner, but as fast with that Hemi. 425 horse, dual quads. This has the torque flight. You saw the shifter in the interior. 323 gears. So this got some long legs. This is a 150-mile-an-hour car.
Why not?
Lots of documentation.
Yeah, it was interesting in 1968, excuse me, Bill, when the Roadrunner was introduced, that they kind of mimicked the GTX as its own model
160.
after the Roadrunner. Same exact body, just with some trim level upgrades. And of course, in the GTX, the lowest displacement you could get was the 440. Of course, the Hemi was also available.
There is a 68 GTX with a 440 convertible coming up a little bit later on, I think.
GTX had carpeting. A base Roadrunner had rubber mats. And things like that just really was the differentiation between these two models.
Okay, 160 buys that Hemi GTX, and yes, indeed, that is #1 in the clubhouse at this point. Still a long way to go. Man, we haven't even hit the halfway point in today's activity yet, and just like that, a 1966 custom Corvette comes out here, Bill, sporting a hydraulic-powered 67 Stinger hood.
Yeah, that might be electric, not hydraulic.
Sorry, yeah.
However, you point out that this is not an original Corvette by any stretch. This is, I think, the first high-end mid-year Corvette that we've had, and this one is higher than any high-end build that we've seen here in Las Vegas so far, I would say. LT1, 450 horsepower is the rating on it with the 4L65E 4-speed automatic. But it's the fit and finish on this car and the workmanship that really makes it stand apart. Look at that tuxedo black paint. That is actually an OEM General Motors Corvette color, the tuxedo black.
Yep,
but
sure is.
they didn't make them look like that from the factory. Beautiful red leather interior. Got AC, power windows. You see the side exhaust, the factory style side exhaust. Fabulous wheel choice. All rolling on a Ride Tech adjustable coilover suspension with Z06 brakes. I think in 200 plus, what do you think? Going to seal the deal on this one?
Yeah, that's kind of the way these custom Corvettes have been going recently. I mean, you've got to be 200 or more to get serious. Some even 3 and some change. The super duper high end, out of this world cars. But yeah, I think 180. It's a good target, but got to be 200 or more.
Little mathematical gymnastics at the bid goes on desk, and we could have a new owner.
Very possible. In the meantime, 57 Corvette, also out of the Top Flight muscle car collection. Man, they have brought some fantastic examples here to Vegas.
And this is one right here. That's that dual quad 283 with 270 horsepower. 57, the first year for fuel injection, that came along, but up until then, this was the top-rated engine in the bet. 1,621 of them built with this engine in it, with a 4-speed manual transmission. You also get a power glide. And then after you did, you probably were sorry and wished you got the 4-speed. This was the first year for the 4-speed in the Corvette. 411 rear end, and a fantastic restoration. That is a beauty queen.
Oh my goodness. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that Cascade green is not a color we see very, very often, is it?
Yeah, you know, you got the books. See, I would agree with that. That might be, I would say unicorn, but.
Well, not far from it. They only made, out of 6,300 Corvettes that were built in 57, only 550 left with Cascade green.
Trying to think what the top color might have been. Maybe that red color. Wasn't Riverside red at that point.
Well, it would have been Venetian red in 57, but that's not it.
No.
Good guess. It was Onyx Black.
Black?
Yeah, in 57. That's according to the Corvette Black Book.
No kidding.
Which is kind of the Corvette Bible for some of those early year models.
Well, black Corvettes in the early days with that fiberglass finish, you weren't really happy the way it laid on there.
The rarest Corvette's a 54 black. Only made 4.
Yeah, that year.
Well, the Dodge Thrill Ride out here in Vegas. A lot of folks taking advantage of that. One of the most thrilling things you can do if you're not buying a car. Speaking of Dodge, the official motor vehicle manufacturer sponsor of Mecum Auctions. Couple of good ones coming up. Couple of blue ones, in fact. The 2018 SRT Demon and a 2023 Demon 170. They are poised in line here at Mecum Vegas. Right now, let's go to Danielle Trotta.
Oh, I got it wrong at the top of the show, Scott. When you asked us to each pick a ride we'd love to cruise the Las Vegas Strip in, this is the no-brainer. This is the one we all should have selected collectively. 1965 Lincoln Continental Custom. Let's all cruise down the Strip in this thing because it is stunning. The vision and the execution on this restoration is nothing short, in my opinion, Scott, of perfection. But I can bring Rutledge in to talk more about this because it's also just happens to be your dream car in some ways, right, Rut?
Oh, for sure, Danielle. And this one, to give it this sort of hot rod treatment, when you get up close, you see all the chrome has been moved over to black. There's a nice kind of texture to this flat paint. But when you look inside, you realize, okay, so it's got air ride, right? Full control there, LT1 under the hood, LS1, excuse me, as you mentioned. But even like the wheels, the 22s with the white walls. But Danielle, I showed you a video. I just saw this thing driving around this morning. The way that those wheels kind of catch the light as they're moving, they give it sort of a spoked feeling. And they also have the weighted center cap there so that the emblem is always sitting the same direction. Now, the wildest part to me is that there's actually room for you, but I don't think you want to drive this thing. You know, this is a car you should be driven in, and I just want to say I think we should pick up Chris, and there's room for Scott and Bill. So I think this is the perfect team vehicle.
What a gentleman, Rut. With these, the suicide doors, of course, it's very entourage. It's very boys' night out. So the fact that you and Chris, Bill and Scott would even want to bring me along for the ride.
Listen, you're the star.
I would probably get this seat right here. I would probably be back seat middle. But you know what? there's not a bad seat in the house here, guys. It is. Those might be the most beautiful wheels, Rut, you talked about that I've ever seen, and I can't wait for you guys to see this come across the block in motion because this is just about as perfect a restoration on one of these as I've ever seen.
It's a stunner. And guys, it is aired up right now. When this thing's aired out on the ground, whoo, look out.
Hey, it's got enough room for all of us and the Las Vegas Golden Knights.
All right, let's go to the block. Danielle, of course, we're going to have you included in all that. Please. All right. That's coming up a bit later on. Feast your eyes on this crazy, wacky paint job on a 98
You don't know what you're looking at, do you?
Do my eyes deceive me? It says an S10 It's a total custom build.
Oh, yeah.
All the way, and that is that chameleon color. I can't even say it.
Yeah, it began life as a 1998 Chevy S10 pickup, but those days are long gone. Built to replicate a 39 Studebaker pickup with a chameleon paint, and it sells. Look at that, huh?
$28,000. Well, the next car, I'm sure, is feeling a little bit melancholy right now because this Bentley from 2020 was Danielle's first choice at the top of the show, right?
Oh, it got jilted.
Yes, the Continental DT, as we call it today only.
Yeah, and the azure purple with the hot spur interior, which Danielle described probably more accurately as kind of like a hot pink. Look at the wood that goes along the dashboard down that console. The wood panel continues across the inner door panels as well. Oh, so luxurious. And fast. Twin turbo 6-liter with 626 horsepower and 8-speed dual clutch automatic with all-wheel drive. But again, sometimes you see a car and it matters little what it's got under the hood as to what it looks like when it pulls up to the curb.
Boy, that is one visual extravaganza there, isn't it?
Yeah, you don't know where you want to look first. So the paint, the interior, just the whole car is one big unit.
And there it is, 150, I think, and the bid goes on.
Yep.
Well, Danielle, what could have been, huh? It's right there.
Hey, I might go try to work out a deal or something. You never know.
Who said women are fickle?
You never know. Okay, here is, wow, a heavy hitter. We talked about punching the list and just about every conceivable muscle and performance in collector car that you come up with today. Here's one of them, ZR1 2019.
Be afraid, be very afraid. 755 horsepower. So much about this car that deserves a whole chapter in the history of the Corvette. It is the last year of the C7. It is the last time that you could get a manual transmission with 3 pedals in a Corvette. This one does not have the manual, has the 8-speed automatic behind the LT5 6.2. This one in the Sebring orange design package, one of only 197 that were built as the track package, code ZTK, and it's still $145,000. It won't be sold right now.
Oh, that is an amazing car.
Oh, that is a war machine.
And you factor in the ZR1, you factor in the last year, the only year it was available, the last year of the C7, all of those little, pieces that add to the value of a car like that. Crazy.
You got it.
Here is a 1960 Edsel Ranger convertible. Talk about rarity, only 76 of these, and the legend of the Edsel is, all these years later, well documented.
It is a star-crossed history as well, and now these cars are finding so much love after really enduring so much derision, earlier on when Ford pulled the plug, and this one will go to the bid goes on. With a new owner perhaps headed over there right now to see if they can cut a deal.
Restored back in the 90s, and it has held up remarkably well since then.
Well, if the odometer is to be believed, 22,000 plus. Y-block in it, 300 horse Y-block, automatic transmission.
Well, they have moved on from the Edsel, and the next car is making its way to the block now, and it is a Dodge Coronet 500 race car.
Oh man, I don't think anybody should be allowed to buy this car unless they've gone through some psychological screening. That's a car that should only be in the hands of somebody that knows what to do with it. 540 cube, big block, Keith Black aluminum block. One of the all-time great engine builders in history. all of the internals of that engine race ready, including the crankshaft, connecting rods, pistons, cylinder heads all redone. A couple of just incredible, powerful Garrett turbochargers just boosting up to the heavens. And the turbochargers hidden in the fenders. You got to look for them. Turbo 400, all race prepared, Ford 9-inch rear end.
I only wish you could smell that car right now.
Oh,
that
racing
race fuel.
yes.
Oh my gosh! And like you said, Keith Black, when you hear that name, you know this is an absolute screamer.
Yes.
And I want to mention, this thing also has a stunning paint job on it.
Beautiful.
You know,
yes.
Sometimes that's the part that for a lot of racers it's kind of not as important, but this has that mix of incredible drag car, but also this could win awards as a show car too, Bill.
Good point.
That is a Corvette color. That is jet stream blue from 2011. And I'm with you, Rod. That is just perfect.
I mean, look at that interior. Look at the way they incorporated, you know, we need to have all these race parts, make sure everything's good, but also, like, let's make sure this thing is pretty.
Right. Race car interiors aren't usually complimented for their fit and finish, but that's not the case here.
And also, shout out to their use of carbon fiber on this build, too, in some artful places.
Now offering F112.1, a 1958.
Man, that's about as high tech a race car as we've seen.
It's got everything.
Man. Okay, the bid goes on that one, and beautiful 68 Mustang up on the auction block now.
Yeah.
And this is not going to be cheap.
No, absolutely not. And we see examples of these cars come through, and when they're done like this, you are correct. We're going into six figures almost immediately. Well, I think we just did. Nut and bolt restoration on this 68 Mustang. That, of course, vibes Eleanor. It's listed in the Eleanor World Registry Club, in fact. That's how well respected this car is.
Okay.
427 big block power with 535 horsepower and a Tremec 5-speed manual. 4-link out back with adjustable coilovers, front tubular upper and lower control arms. I know that's kind of inside baseball stuff, but it just gives you an idea of the kind of build strategy we're talking about here. They wanted everything to be done, you know, just to the highest level.
Interesting you noted that it's in the Eleanor registry because there is something conspicuously missing from this build, and that is the rocker stripe, which would normally designate the GT500E, which of course would stand for Eleanor.
The reserve is off, guys, and we have a new top seller today. We are approaching, tiptoeing toward $300,000.
$290, $290, $285.90, $290,300, and $300,000. $300,000 and $300,000.
Come on. How about $295? $295,
that's it.
$95!
$300 and $295,000. You're going to get $300,000. You're going to get $300,000. Ryan, you're going to get $300,000.
Congratulations, man. Congratulations.
Let's call it a deal. $295,000. This Mustang, listed in the Eleanor registry, comes to life as numero uno.
Goes to the head of the class, then.
Wow. Yes, indeed. That is number one. We will take a break at another terrific Shelby coming up. 1968 GT350. We'll see it when we return.
Well, let's see, the Moyer collection. If I remember correctly, Danielle took the ride out with me along with Chris Jacobs. We had a Corvette once owned by Steve McQueen. We had a Z06 from 1963 without the big tank, making it extremely rare. And we had an original 1964 Fairlane Thunderbolt. And if that's not enough for you, well, there are even more cars that'll stop your clock. All coming up in the Moyer collection in Kissimmee.
Oh, my goodness. You are right. 30-plus vehicles, heavy on Chevys, and some very highly prized cars as well, as you mentioned. Carl Moyer collection, Kissimmee 2026. Right now, reservists off on a 69 Camaro Super Sport.
Colleen, 350, 300 horse, automatic, Cortez Silver. Favorite color for a lot of people. And certainly an automobile that is worth every single cent of that $46,000 that's on the board right now.
And 46 will be enough to buy that Super Sport. Time for us to turn our attention to a 1941 Willis, an AmeriCar custom coupe. Supercharged small block power here.
And you know, Scott, we have to tell people that Willis is the correct pronunciation.
Yes.
Of that. We always get people, no, it's Willys. Well, not really. But the hot rodders got a hold of the Willis, and when they started racing them, suddenly they were Willys, which sounds more cool, but anyway. Supercharged.
I was going to say, John Willis himself said, I don't care how they pronounce it as long as they buy a car.
Yeah, just buy one. Wow, this had a lot of work done to it. Supercharged small block, blower shop 671 with Holley electronic fuel injection, turbo 350. It's been tweaked, ready for the racetrack. Ford 9-inch rear end with 4-link rear suspension. Excellent build, great look. Ride height. Ooh, just look at how low, mean, and demented that Willis looks. I know that there's kind of incongruous there. But
well, you know, I was going to say people that normally use descriptors like that have some expertise in low and mean and demented. So it would be great.
All right.
Perfect. That you
Let's go with it.
Use those words. Yeah. It did not fail to meet the intended bid, so we'll move on now to that 1968 GT350, Bill. Oh, we talked about this yesterday, just a moment ago, too. Paxton supercharger added at the dealer back in the day.
Which is the way just about all of them came. Every now and then, Shelby would throw a blower on a customer's car before it left the factory, but most of them were either dealer installed or actually some owners could do it themselves. The 302 in 1968, not a powerhouse, so I'd like to see that supercharger to give this a little bit more street cred. 4-speed manual, that's candy apple red. That was a real Ford OEM color, kind of stealing it from the hot rod gang. Bucket seats in the console, 389 rear end, and a 4-speed manual, 10-spoke wheels with raised white letter Goodyear tires. All the look and all the feel of what the 68 GT350 was all about. Of course, if people really wanted to go hunting in 1968 with a Shelby, the GT500 was out there. And midway through the year, the GT500 KR, so you did have options.
Yeah. Big time.
Yeah.
And we got one of those coming down the pike in just a little bit.
Yeah.
Circler.
Yeah, part of this collection. In fact, the Troy Long collection.
Right.
All right. That's the reaction of the day so far. And I tell you what, that may be a case of a guy that came to this auction specifically for that car. Don't know. We may find out, but boy, was he over the moon.
Yes, sir.
That GT350 is his. And now, Bill, your 67 Corvette that we talked about at the beginning of the show, that big horse, big cube, NCRS Top Flight Award winner.
Can't be beat. This is the way to go. You're looking for a mid-year that not only is investment grade, but would be an absolute hoot to drive. You're looking at it. Yeah, top flight car. Scored 98.6 points out of 100. This was back in 2015, but this car has not lost a step. That's the L71 we're going to see in a second here. The 435 horse 427 solid lifter, big intake ports, and that tri-power setup, 3 2-barrel carburetors, close ratio Muncie 4-speed. As I mentioned earlier, the Goodwood Green was the most popular color choice for buyers for the 67 Corvette. AM/FM radio, that is an option.
140's bid, asking 145.
Tinted windshield, transistor ignition, window sticker comes along with it. 411 gears. I had 411 gears in my 427, 425 horse Corvette 1966. And I'll tell you, you better hold on to your toupee, buddy, when you go through the gears. What a car. And this one, even more horsepower than mine had.
Yeah, and after hearing all of that, you might say, wow, why is this at no reserve? You know, isn't that a bit of a risk? But, you know, when it's a car like this and you know what its value is and you know there's guys here who are going to be competing it and we're getting to that price that this car is worth.
Yep.
Pretty low risk.
155.
When you have
we
this
got
car.
155?
Kind of be like
157.5.
walking into a biker bar and saying, hey, who wants to go out with Sofia Vergara?
157.5.
157.
I think a few hands might go up.
The place would empty.
The place would empty.
I thought I read the hand signal was 152.5, so that's my apologies. So you're holding at 157.5. You're holding. I'm watching the other guy on the floor here. Come on, sell it to him. You got it, sir. You got it.
Okay.
You got it.
Once
Congratulations.
again, terrific car. 157.5.
Boy, I think the only thing I might do is put a set of side exhausts on that. Factory-looking side exhaust.
Yeah?
Oh,
Okay.
the sound of a big block with side exhaust, man, gives me chills.
Here's a 63 Corvette. This is a convertible, not the vaunted split window coupe, which we often see. I guess we see more of those than we do the convertibles. In any case, another car from the Troy Long collection, a Fuelie too.
Yeah, this is going to certainly give it a little bit more desirability. Maybe not as much as a split window, but yeah, there it is. That is at 360 horsepower, fuel injected 327. And this one has your 4-speed as well, as you can see right there. Not a lot of extra cost options on this car, although you do see the later vintage knockoff wheels. Side exhaust didn't come along for another couple of years on the Corvette. Riverside red. And that black interior. Classic color scheme. Yeah, fueling convertible gets you into 6 figures.
Yep.
I know you said it. It just looks great from every angle.
Oh,
what a solid ride.
Forever and ever.
Good. I like the next one though. 120.
Well, this is at no reserve, and it's going to sell here in a matter of seconds at 117.5. And there's your buddy.
Yeah, Michael Sortino again.
He just bought both of those vets.
And that officially sets us into the territory today of our top 10 are all 6-figure cars. So you want to be top 10, you've got to be 105 or better today.
Here comes another one.
Exactly. This is, as Chris pointed out, a GT500 KR that's coming up, and here it is, middle of the year introduction in 1968.
Yeah, this has got the Cobra jet engine. The Police Interceptor preceded this with the non-KR cars. And remember, in 1968, Ford was building these cars for all intents and purposes. Carroll Shelby was kind of handling the marketing for his creations, but certainly not the construction. And these cars, the KRs, with the 4-speeds, they are the gold standard for 1968 Shelbys.
And once again, no reserve, no problem. You can see the bidding going up and up. And I think, as Bill pointed out yesterday, it's an advantage for the seller to go at no reserve because a little bit of a break in the VIC,
yes.
what the auction takes.
Less commission, correct. That's lime gold. That was a color that you could get across the board on Mustangs back in 1968. Saddle leather interior. And it's got those Shelby look-alike hubcap mags.
Look at this. 220 is the bid. Our good friend Jim Wicks down there is helping out with this one.
We're halfway through this Saturday, and I believe we are peaking. This is an unbelievable run of cars.
Yeah, it really is.
230. Thought might work.
That's a crazy place to stop.
Silly. 225, you're going to go over their number, you're going to knock them out. Give 230. Huh? Yeah!
240.
240.
230,000. 240.
240. I'm going to do 35.
Also a ridiculous place.
You know, everybody
Bring her
knows
home.
35.
that Ford was pretty much calling the tune
Oh.
on the construction of these
You got to
cars,
ask this
but
guy because I can't.
really hasn't affected the value of the cars. People
Gotta
don't
ask
take
this
that
guy
into
'cause-
consideration at all.
That's my wife, though, so that's kind of me, I suppose.
You should give 250 right now. That would be the smart.
You'd outsmart the other guy.
240.
Give 240. Take it home today. Be the king of the road.
So give 250.
Give 250.
Yes. 250.
One time? What do you think? She said do it.
Laura's smart.
250. 240. You're really going to walk home and tell all your friends you didn't get that right? You could have had it for 240. I didn't listen.
That's lime gold.
240.
Yeah, I
Give
did mention
240
that. That was a factory color that was available on any Mustang.
Oh, yes.
Yeah?
Just in case
Do
somebody
another
might have
one
missed
time.
it.
Do this last time.
You guys want to do it?
Give 240. What's it? She said do it.
She said go ahead and do it. You're going to do it anyway.
All right. There it is. Took a little arm twisting.
Yes.
Wait a minute. That's a silly place to stop. You could be 245 still.
You get 245. I'm pretty sure I got 250. 245. 240. 245.
245. Yo.
Yep.
Whoa. That was the last minute.
Not done yet.
Nope. Okay, maybe it's going to come down to this once again. Jimmy Landis and his daughter Laura on the top left. Laura Landis Delzell.
You know you'll be able to take it home at 250. He's going to stop. It could be yours. You don't want. Well, find out then. Let him pay 255.
250.
You don't want to find out?
Give 250. Give 250,000. If he bids more, we'll even come back and ask you again.
That's what Travis
I
said.
promise I will not ask you for another bid.
We already did that.
Oh, you already did all that.
That's why I'm here.
It's a new 250, and I won't ask you again. I promise.
You're going to be kicking yourself on the way home.
Not gonna ask
Jared,
you again.
Jared, go ask him.
How many people think you should give $250,000? $250,000 once, 250 twice. Hey, sir, take a good look at this. He's going to be driving your car. 245, 250.
Riding dirty.
Do it. Do it. I hope he drives past your house. 250. Sold. 245,000.
All right. After all of that,
I'll send you the
most time spent on a car today, $245,000. And you know what? Did not overpay for that car, did he? That's
Not at all.
Man.
When you think of the powertrain, the condition, the color,
the rarity,
all the right stuff.
Well, that is good enough for number 2 behind that Eleanor replica we had a little while ago. So, 2 1968 Mustangs / Shelby are the top 2 cars. Let's see what happens on a 1970 GT500 now.
Yeah, it's a real GT500, but not the real engine that it would have come with in 1970. That is a 427 tunnel port. The legendary tunnel port that never went into production. Basically a race-tuned engine from Ford. And it was sold over the counter in 1972 for $5,500. And boy, try to find one today. Factory drag pack, though. Top loader 4-speed. That's Grabber Green. GT500 stripes. Featured in and on the cover of the August 1987 issue of Super Ford magazine and on the cover of the 1987 Shelby World Registry.
That was big money for that engine in the day, Bill.
You could buy a whole car for that back in 1972.
Wow.
Yeah, we were just looking at that hood scoop there, that wild hood scoop on that car. That tells you there's trouble brewing underneath it.
Right.
So a pretty cool connected tissue between this car on the block right now and Jim Wicks, who was just acting on behalf of whoever bought the lime gold car.
Right.
This car won the race in Wichita, and Jim was there to see that car race. That's what he told me yesterday when we were doing a little research about this car. That's how
cool.
That's how deeply embedded Jim is in the Ford world.
Yeah, I don't doubt that at all, and he very much is. 1025 for that GT 500. We have hit the halfway mark here in Las Vegas for today, and our coverage will pick up after the break once again. Well, let's kick off the second half of our program today, shall we? Here on ESPN Plus, Scott Hoke, Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Danielle Trotta, Rutledge Wood, and a pretty good crowd here at the Central Hall at the Las Vegas Convention Center, and all eyes are on 67 Chevy 2 Nova Super Sport. Look at this, all black.
Yeah.
No reserve, 78 grand.
You're looking at the money and saying, hey, that must be, that 327, 350 horse L79. Wrong, thanks for playing. The reason the money is so high on this is called the Last Deuce, documented as the last 1967 Nova SS to be built in Canada. And that is the downgraded 327, 275 horsepower. But it's a 4-speed car. It's tuxedo black, a black vinyl interior. So it's got eyeball aplenty. Actually, also has that rosewood steering wheel. Tasty option.
You would be a brutal game show host.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks for playing. Get out of here.
Next.
But you're right. I mean, that's all the money is in the fact that it's the Last Deuce.
Mm-hmm.
And it's documented.
Correct. And this is the last of that short generation of 66 and 67 Novas. The whole styling language changed the following year on these cars. All the documentation, broadcast sheet, that's the build sheet, GM car owner's manual, protective plate, and a letter from GM of Canada telling whoever owns this car, yep, there were no more after this one.
95, 93, 95, 97.
You want me 97? We got 95 bid is what we've got.
They're asking 100. You out?
I mean 97?
97?
Yeah, they've got 97, Jordy.
Now they do. Now we're in
And I'm loving those red lines with the rally wheels.
7!
Well, they had 97. I thought that was up on the board. It was, but now it's official.
That's a look to love.
This is a battle.
Man,
I
oh
love
man.
it. Internet versus representative on the phone.
Yeah, and it's going to go to the internet at 100,000 even. Boy, that's territory that we don't often see on a
non-L79 Nova.
Non-L79 Nova.
Yeah.
Super Sport, right. All right, another no reserve car. This is the 69 Camaro Super Sport.
Yeah, another modified 69 Camaro. And this one with a 6.2 LS3. That gives you 430 horsepower, 5-speed manual with AC. And again, those ever popular Willwood 4-wheel power disc brakes, and a very popular cooling upgrade, that aluminum radiator as well. This one has digital gauges inside with bucket seats. Kenwood radio. There you see the American Torque Thrust 2 wheels. And great looking paint job on that. Deep black.
All right, sold it. No reserve, $37,000. Got a good car for that. Good car for that money, and 66 Shelby GT350H. And if memory serves, this car, Chris Jacobs, was part of our NPD preview and Bill a little while ago.
Yep. Indeed. Outstanding restoration. And let's see, we'll check the VIN here. SFM, Shelby Ford Mustang 6 for 1966, S for Street, and 1947 is the production sequence. This car was restored in the early 1980s, but let me tell you something, it must have been hermetically sealed since then, because there's not so much as a paint chip on it. 289, a little small block, an original K-code engine. That would have been the 271 horse solid lifter engine that was replaced under warranty in 1966. And as Chris mentioned, probably because it made a trip to the racetrack and something bad happened.
I would say more than likely that that's exactly what happened. Drive it like you rented it.
Yeah, although this one has the automatic, so that might change the strategy as to what the original owner did with it, or the original renter, I might say. Lowered front suspension, and the repaint on this is just magnificent. PPG single stage, gold Le Mans stripes over the black. Coney shocks, that's what they had back in the day. Magnum 500 wheels.
And look at the price. I mean, just it's telling you right now how valuable, how collectible these real deal 350Hs are.
Yep.
And you know, it was really a good deal for both sides. Carroll got to sell a lot of cars. Hertz got to have a great promotional program.
Congratulations, my friend. Congratulations.
And both sides benefited later in life when they brought him back.
My old friend, that goofy Howard Party, who was the registrar for GT350s at the Shelby Club for years, gave this his seal of approval. That's good enough for me.
Cool. All right, six-figure GT350H, and we'll find out what in the world it's going to take to buy the next car. It's known as the Roid Runner. It's a 69 Road Runner total custom.
Did you catch that? The hood opening on the actuator right there? That was very dramatic and very cool to reveal what is underneath there. Rutledge gave us a phenomenal preview of this car. Again, debuted at SEMA in 2023, and it was an absolute showstopper.
CJ,
700 horsepower. Yeah, go ahead, bud.
Did you say dramatic or traumatic?
Both, I guess.
Look at the money on this one, already at $300,000. Not surprising.
Hey, we got to take another look underneath this car, though. We saw it a little bit earlier, and it's worth another look. Oh, my. Look at the detail on the undercarriage and the suspension, bottom of the powertrain, everything. Oh, and there's a good close-up right there, the front suspension there with the torsion bars, bottom of the engine there. You see the oil pan, you see the cross members, everything. Just fabulous.
And Rutledge pointed this out. This is one of the most amazing features right here. They have deleted the windows. The trim pieces actually come up and match up right to the door skin there. It's just a phenomenal look. All modernized inside with that huge, huge center screen controlling everything in the car.
Wow.
This is just a phenomenal build, and so appropriate that it debuted at SEMA, because Scott, you said it before, it fits right in.
Oh,
the
my
way
goodness.
The exhaust is coming through the rear bumper, which is flushed with the deck lid. The tail lights are flush. Now we see the air operating, so it's coming up to driving level. This is an incredible build.
Well, it's got air conditioning, but you know what? How many custom cars have the AC and the vents have been handcrafted, hand fabricated? So there are no others like that in the entire world.
And guys, we don't see a lot of vehicles cross the block that people say have almost $1 million or more in it, but you can really see how and why this build has done just that. It's incredible. mints.
I wonder if it has remote start, Bill.
Let's not get
That's
back
it.
into
I just
that.
told him. I said, that's it. Don't even ask me for another minute.
Yeah, we were kind of stuck on that for a minute yesterday.
Yeah.
Well, it's got everything else. It might as well.
Oh, man, 700 horse. Whipple supercharged 392. You know, the 392, the significance of that is the displacement of those early vintage Hemis.
Right.
That was basically the backbone of nitro racing, nitro drag racing back in the day.
Is the reserve off? It is. Oh, my goodness.
Unbelievable to say that at $350,000, this almost qualifies as a bargain, considering what went into this build.
You are correct.
7 years and $1 million, Chris.
Wow. That is amazing. $345,000. And that car has found a new owner today.
As JK used to say, if you don't like that one, look for another one just like it.
Exactly right. You will not find one yet.
Nope.
There may be a guy sitting at home going, I can do that.
Yeah. Well, he's in for a rude awakening.
Oh, man.
Get started, and we'll see you in 7 years.
Right on. Well, here is next a 37 Ford Custom. This is built by the legendary one and only Boyd Coddington.
Boyd Coddington was so influential. I don't think that there's a builder out there today who in some way wasn't influenced by Boyd Coddington, the late Boyd Coddington. Beautiful job on this 37 Ford. 5.7 liter, providing the power, blueprinted and fuel injected.
Well, one of those people who was not only influenced by Boyd, but also ran his shop is Chip Foose.
Sure.
So we just caught a look at Boyd's signature on the firewall there. There's a story behind that. Chip Foose designed that signature for Boyd.
Oh, really? How did Boyd feel about it?
He felt great because it was iconic immediately.
Sure.
So it went on all of the products, and everything has now become very, very recognizable.
Right.
And it's Chip Foose's work.
Yep. And the great Dennis Rickliffe did the pinstriping on this build as well. This has an automatic transmission, if I didn't mention that, with a Curry 9-inch rear end and a stainless center section, all show ready, every single piece.
Oh, Bill, I'm glad you mentioned Dennis Rickliffe, man. I worked with him many episodes of Overhaul. The steadiest hand in the business.
Yep. He is definitely one of the top men. Gabe Lopez handled a buckskin leather interior. Sweet.
Let's move on to a 68 Mustang on the block, already at six figures. Man, we're 160 right now, guys.
Yeah, another star of the 2023 SEMA show. If I'm not mistaken, was where the Roid Runner was on display.
Same show,
well.
You're absolutely right, Bill.
Yeah. Multiple award winner, and why not? Nut and bolt restoration that was actually completed shortly before it made its appearance at the SEMA show. Tremec 5-speed behind a 427 dual quad FE engine. That is a vintage 427. Not a new 427 remake or crate engine. Tubular suspension, Willwood power disc brakes, and not going to make the reserve, Scott.
And we just mentioned Chip Foose. There are his wheels on this build as well.
And the high bid on that 68 Mustang, $170,000. More to come from Las Vegas after this break. We're back in Vegas with a look at the 303 staging lane, and the folks from 303 are at work, as they are all the time. I want to tell you about a couple of their products. Aerospace Protectant keeps your plastic, rubber, vinyl from the damaging UV rays from the sun and keeps them looking like new. That's on the right. The interior cleaner takes care of any interior surface without leaving a residue at all. Sum it up, 303 products keep your car looking fantastic. 303mecum.com. 303 is proven to protect. Here's a 69 GTO convertible now on the auction block here at the Las Vegas Convention Center.
Well, this would be another great car for cruising the strip. Looks like they've done a little dress-up work on that engine, but it is the 400 cube V8, which would have been in the 69 GTO with 350 horsepower, not a Ram Air car. 4-speed manual transmission, good. Power steering and power brakes. Yeah, the bucket seat and console, as you can see. Rally 2 wheels right there, and raised white letter Goodrich tires, that later generation radial TA.
Tell you what, cruising the strip is not as easy this week as it usually is, because they've got that big build out for the F1 race coming up.
Yeah.
A lot of construction going on and a lot of lane changes and detours and stuff. So
go down Desert Inn, make a left on Paradise, keep going to Elvis Presley, then you keep going straight, you go over to Interstate 5, you get off at the, never mind.
I'm not sure I can trust him with directions.
Stop by the Neon Sign Museum.
Yes.
Tell him Bill said hi.
Oh, dear. Never a dull moment.
Never.
I feel like there's no town, like there's no major city, I think, Scott, we could go to that we couldn't say, yeah, Bill said this is the right place to get a steak. Like, everyone knows this guy. The amount of cool things he's done in his career, people he knows.
Yes.
It's legit, man. It's amazing.
I don't know about that. I had the worst lasagna I ever had in my life last night.
Every category except food, Rutledge.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, I don't know if like the king of chicken fingers should be put on a pedestal either. Let's just be kind here.
All right.
Still, he knows the guy
Yeah,
or the gal.
I
He
have my
knows
own
them.
parking spot at Popeyes.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Oh.
How do we do on that GTO, Scott?
Well, I think it was $45,000.
Okay.
And it sold.
Yep.
And 69 Satellite is on the block right now.
Yes, sir. Not a Roadrunner, not a GTX. It's a Satellite. But it's in a color you'd see on those other two cars, that scorched red. Matching numbers 318. Not a big brawny muscle car here with a torque flight automatic and 30,000, not enough.
That's too bad. That's a beautiful car.
Very nice.
Yep, it is headed to the bid goes on. We are headed to the break, but when we come back, Bill, set your watch. It will be Mopar o'clock in a big way. The Hansen collection, including 3 wing cars. We'll touch on all of them when we return. Well, we're back in Vegas when the sun finally does set. Las Vegas, the brightest spot on planet Earth when seen from the satellite. If I remember correctly, they've got plenty of neon shining 24/7 here in Vegas to back that claim up. $100,000 opening bid on the opening car for us from the Hansen collection, and it happens to be a 1970 Plymouth Superbird.
Yeah, this one has been upgraded to the 6-barrel setup, which would normally be the V code. It left the factory as a U code, which is the 440 high performance with just the single 4-barrel carburetor on there. Tour red, of course, you know, everybody knows the legend of the Superbird, why they were made to homologate for use on the NASCAR circuit. This one done in Tour red. Only 1,935 Superbirds produced in 1970. And of course, the very valuable ones have the Hemis and the 4-speeds. This one's got the automatic with the upgraded 440, Bill.
And something a lot of people might not know, a little factoid about the Superbirds is that 1,935 of them that were built, each and every one of them has a black headliner. They didn't want to get more colors because it cost more money, so stuck with black.
$220,000 is bid.
Now, obviously, that added 6-barrel setup is not holding the bidding down.
That was exactly my next comment. That has not hurt it at all, it doesn't seem. And 220 buys that Superbird. Boy, that's a top 5 car today, but
wow,
that's in the 4th spot at this point. Gives you an idea of the strength of today's lineup.
Yeah, a good leadoff hitter for the Hansen collection.
No kidding. The first of 3 consecutive wing cars. Look at this one, 69 Dodge Daytona next.
Yeah, these even more rare in the wing car category. 503 Daytonas produced for the 1969 year, of course, based on the Superbird, upgraded with the nose cone and the wing. And they may be cousins, the Superbird and the Daytona, but they don't share anything dimension-wise. They are different wheelbases, they are different heights, they are different lengths. The wings are different, the nose cones are different, and the Daytona is more desirable, Bill, because of the rarity.
Yeah, and 1969, you only had to build 500 of a certain car to get homologated with NASCAR. 1970, they made it 1,000. That's why there's such a difference in the production run. And the other thing is, I don't know if it's an urban legend, I don't know whether it's a rumor or whatever, but there are some people who claim that there really weren't 500 of these built, that NASCAR kind of fudged it a little bit and counted non-winged cars as a part of that 500.
Well, yeah, they did an experiment with the Charger 500, but it didn't work in the wind tunnels, so perhaps there was some, discrepancy in the numbers between the Charger 500s and the Daytonas.
They combined them, maybe.
Yeah.
250,000 bought that Dodge Daytona. That was back in the time period where your brother-in-law worked for Mopar, I believe, right?
Boy, I didn't know many people knew that.
Well, I have my best people on that stuff.
Good.
That is good for our number 3 seller to this point. And here's another Dodge Daytona from 1969, and we're already at 200 grand on this one.
Yeah, this one done in bright red, white interior, white stripe around the rear, and white wing. This is another automatic, sporting the 440 Magnum, of course. The only 2 engine options in these were, of course, the 440 and the Hemi. But once again, the rarity is pushing that price up.
Indeed. Has that performance axle package, the A36 code. It's got power steering, power brakes. Got the light group in there, too, as well. And that old thumb wheel AM radio. I remember those.
This one's had a slight upgrade in the wheel department, too. Slightly meatier in the rear there. The FA green one that we just saw go across had the traditional, more stock-appearing, thinner wheels, but this car needs grip.
Guys, I'm not saying I'm for time travel universally, but if I could have gone back to a dealership and tried to buy one of these or a Superbird, I would have just loved to understand what that would have felt like at the time.
You would have had your pick of hundreds.
Oh, the dealer would have rolled out the red carpet,
right?
Man. They didn't sell the last one until 1972.
Isn't that insane? And you think about what's happened to those cars as it went on. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
$265,000. Just bought that Dodge Daytona. Man. Okay, we'll continue with the Hanson collection here. It is Mopar o'clock in a big way. A 1970 Challenger RT with a Hemi.
All right, with a Hemi is the key. This actually left the factory with a 383. It is an N code, but hey, the car is upgraded with a Hemi currently, so we can rightfully call it a Hemi Challenger.
Well, I'd say that was a beneficial transplant, if you ask me, going with that Hemi, despite the fact it wasn't born with it. But it does have the correct factory 4-speed in it, and the high-performance axle packages we've seen with the Dana rear end. High-impact Go Mango with burnt orange interior.
That burnt orange, guys, there's just nothing like that. They experimented. There was a few Chargers that had some of that burnt orange too, but wow, Chris.
Yeah, and they completed the upgrade with the Hemi too. They obviously had to change the hood when they put that shaker in there. So all been upgraded to have it appear as a Challenger RT.
That interior kind of looks like an NFL football before they mud it in and get it all ready for game duty.
Yeah, it has kind of like the baseball glove leather that we've seen kind of come out later years. But yeah, you're right. It's very unique.
67,000 is bid.
Shaker hood was optional on the Challenger, standard on the Hemi Cudas, which was an interesting dichotomy.
Well, they were either colorblind or really loved orange when they went to the dealership and ordered up this combination, because we certainly don't see it often.
You got, buddy. Congratulations.
Okay. $67,000. And that couple will take it home for sure. And
What do you think,
enjoy it.
Chris? Well bought?
You know, because of the transplant, I think that's probably right in the range there. But yeah, I mean, these are always going to go up in value, especially with the Hemi under the hood. So I could put well bought in lowercase letters.
Noted.
All right, and on to a 1941 Willis Americar Custom.
And you can't get around that engine. That's a 440 stroker. And it's got a BDS supercharger right from the world of drag racing. Big Al's Toy Box. Very famous engine builder indeed, responsible for all the handiwork on that motor. Edelbrock heads and intake and 4-barrel carburetors from Dual Quick and on and on and on. Yeah, 727 torque flight's been all built up. Ford 9-inch rear end, but I tell you, that paint job, that'll stop traffic.
Bill, it says burnt orange. That looks an awful lot to me like a candy tangerine from House of Colors that I've seen before. The way it just shines and pops.
Yep.
My goodness.
Good call. Candy apple, probably a gold base coat, I would say, with that translucent tangerine that goes over it.
Maybe Tangelo?
Yeah, you know, I think we gave the Paint Hall of Fame award away yesterday, but this one might jump in there as a contender.
Yes, I would definitely agree with that, and I'm trying to remember what car it was yesterday.
It was that pickup truck that was like a candy apple
Ford
red.
pickup or something that we had.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But you're all right. This is amazing work in the paint shop here all the way around, and man, $45,000. It's like you get paint plus a car for free.
I'd like to report a stolen car.
Unbelievable deal right there.
So we'll continue with the Hansen collection and a couple of challengers.
Yeah, we're
here.
double dipping here. One from 2018 that you're getting to look at right there, and the one right behind it, the D170. And the thing about this pair is they are matching VINs. Dodge did something very cool where if you had purchased from the factory a 2018 Demon, you could be offered the same VIN number on the 2023 D170. And another cool thing, how this Demon is displayed, it's got the skinny wheels on it that are found in the Demon crate that came along with these cars when they were sold in 2018.
Yeah, they're from drag racing. They're called front runners to the guys that run the quarter mile, and basically to just reduce the rolling resistance on the front of the car when you're racing it. Yeah, now why wouldn't these both kind of be the same lot? Offer them both at the same time.
Well, I mean, I'm a little surprised that they're not being offered as one, because that's really kind of what makes these cars unique and connected, and that would obviously increase the value of them as a pair.
Well, let's see if whoever buys this one buys the next one. Maybe he's clued in on all that.
These are like Twinkies or whooping cranes. They are mated for life. So.
That's right.
And guys, I think that's my buddy Chop from Tobin Dodge in the vintage Dodge jacket there on the top
the only
of
way
your
that
left
we're going to
screen
get more
there.
probably at this point would be
that is indeed, and
hopefully it takes back off.
no knowledge on if he's buying or if he's the seller, because he's a notorious Dodge guy, and so he may very well be the consignor on these two
That's
cars.
right. His son Enzo standing there with him, and man, he has one of my favorite collections around. He's a Vegas native. A lot of people know him from his TV show that he's had, but he's always chopping prices from Tobin Dodge. Great to see him out here.
In case we didn't neglected to mention it, that is an 808 horsepower supercharged Hemi in this car.
At 110, you net 99. I'll give you a check for 98 grand. At 110, you get 98.
I'm trying to sell both of them, though. That's the thing.
Yeah. 110, you get 99. I'm giving you 98. Yes?
If I can take it home I need to be able to take at least 110 home.
With 110, you wouldn't get. You'd get 99.
What's the lowest? 199.
99 is what I'll give you.
Check you.
That's what you'd get at 110.
Okay, they've got the numbers straight, and the reserve is off. You heard the consignor say, I want to sell them both. So mission accomplished on the 18 SRT Demon.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it.
Well, you mentioned the front runner wheels on that. I'm thinking it obviously came with a Demon crate, and they might have put the ECM in there and the high octane gas and got 840 out of that car.
All right, 107.5. That buys the first of the two challengers. And as I try to figure out what in the world Twinkies and whooping cranes have to do with one another.
Besides mating for life?
We'll move to the D170.
Well, yeah,
2023.
We mentioned the shakedown as being the first last call edition. This, of course, was the final last call edition, the 7th and the instantly iconic 1,025 horsepower if you set it up correctly. The D170, of course, refers to the proof of 85, which is ethanol gas upon which it runs if you want to get the maximum performance out of this car. Designated in the yellow eye of the D170 badge on the front fender, which of course stands for corn.
Yeah, a little ethanol hint. Isn't that nice?
Exactly.
All those people who thought ethanol was just ruining cars. Turns out it can make some of them faster.
792 miles showing on the odometer. So.
Yeah, there's a bunch of little Easter eggs on this car. And Eric, if you come around to the front here, you can see etched on the just in front of the scoop here, it says alcohol injected. Just another one of those racy touches that Dodge likes to put on its high performance vehicles.
Yep.
Well, $100,000 is bid. We're still waiting on the reserve to be pulled on this D170. We're at 105 now.
Yeah, Frank had to put on his dealmaker hat to get that last car sold, so I would imagine he'll be grabbing a bat and heading over there and trying to hit a home run.
Got it done, though. 107.5 is enough.
The current holder of the high bid is the person who bought the 2018 Demon, so he is trying to keep them mated for life, Bill.
It appears that way.
112.5, now 115, same guy.
Yeah, Chopper's on it. You want to hit?
Oh, and I think Chop's trying to run it up on him.
115.
Oh, I love this game. It's amazing, isn't it?
115.
He's walking. We might own him. Yeah, he's walking. We own him.
Chop and Little Chop right behind him. All right, $115,000.
By the way, the first one was well bought. The second one was very well bought. That is way under sticker right there.
It really is.
Yeah, with so few miles.
That out.
Right on.
Okay, CJ, we talked about the GTX earlier, and here is my fave, and here is the one that you and I talked about as, hey, at the top of the show, one you want to be out on the strip in.
This was my cruiser right here, 68. There is the numbers matching 440 Super Commando under the hood. It's mated to the 3-speed automatic. This has been through a frame-off rotisserie restoration. Well, I guess can't really say frame off with a Mopar, but complete restoration. Beautiful blue interior as well. I'd love to see this car with the top down just because you really got to showcase this interior. Magnum 500 wheels all the way around. Excellent bright work as well. Very cool car. And yes, I maintain I would love to cruise down the strip in this car.
Oh,
yeah, that's that 375 horse 440, and that is an engine that Chrysler got its money's worth with. Boy, that showed up at so many different Mopars, and quick, low-end torque right there. Not even, you know, the 6-barrel engines. Even the 4-barrel engines had plenty of moxie.
On the blue Plymouth, you're in a 65, okay?
A couple quick identifiers between a 68 and a 69. If you look at the side marker lights here on the 68, they are round and smaller. They went to rectangle in 69, and then the headlight bezels, once again, round in 68 and squared off in 69. A couple of easy ways just to spot the difference between the 68 and the 69, because besides that, they're virtually the same body.
Get it $66,000.
65,000. You know what? I mean, if they lift that reserve right now, Chris, that is that's under the money.
For sure. Numbers matching 440 convertible done to this level. I would completely agree with you. And there goes the reserve right there.
Lunch money.
We'll see what happens.
67, reserves off. You got to be 67, reserves off.
You going for the next truck? Okay.
Oh,
Thank
that
you.
thing is cool.
Thank you.
Come on.
Yeah, the 68 B-bodies just scream performance.
Well, there you have it. That guy got away with a really good deal there at 66,000. I would not have been surprised to see mid-70s or pushing 80 on a car in that shape, man. That is really well done. All right, with that, we will take a break here and return with more from Vegas in a moment.
All right, Flex, now we're getting into my zone right here.
Yes.
Couple of 69 Mopars. You got one Plymouth, one Dodge. Let's start with the GTX. I love the fact that it is the factory color. I checked out the VIN before you got here. And as is, this car is perfect. Matching numbers, L code 440, 727 torque flight trans.
I loved it. Loved it on site. I drove it a little bit. Now, the manual steering kept me from driving it a lot.
Now, another real deal Mopar, this 69 Dodge Charger.
Yes.
Again, factory color. The
XS VIN code.
Yeah.
Original motor in here. Original tranny in here.
Put the Kragers on there with the spinners.
Yeah, I kept the
cool.
Kragers.
Yeah.
You know, that's a super old school Bronx thing, just by the way. Krager wheels, super old school Bronx.
Krager SS's, man. I mean, you have two fantastic examples of 69 Mopar, one Plymouth, one Dodge right here. So they are great bookends.
I came in as a Chevy guy, but I'm a Mopar guy now. Like, I really like the, you know.
Welcome. Welcome. Oh man, what a visit there to Funk's shop in the Bronx. And I got to drive that 69 Charger around the Bronx, and that was an unforgettable experience. And back here live in Central Hall in Vegas, look at this beauty. This is eye candy all day long. 1952 Suburban Custom, and get a load of what is powering this beauty. Yep, that's an LS swap right there. 5.7 liter Corvette engine. Just looks so good in there, man. I had the consignor open up the hood for me so we could behold. And look at those wheels. Just so much goodness there. The perfect balance between the old and the new. This car is done at a very, very high level. This paint is amazing. I want to give you a look inside the ride also. You can see once again, it's been restored and customized to equal levels. Those gauges are pure art. The steering wheel as well. The paint matched on the steering wheel and also the steering column there. Tilt steering column, by the way. What a flawless build here. Can't wait to see this go across the block. Man, it's been getting a ton of eyeballs out here in staging. In fact, one guy walked by and said, "Whoa, look at this." And I think that's the collective sentiment of everybody who walks past this Suburban. Scott, back to you.
Oh, with good reason, Chris. Thank you very much. And special time on the block when that one arrives, for sure. In the meantime, 2007 Escalade.
All right, everybody, let's come back to reality now, shall we? Let's just have a nice, stock, original 2007 Cadillac Escalade. There you see the 6.2-liter V8 and automatic transmission. And, of course, the full-time all-wheel drive, but plenty of comfort there with the leather interior. It's got a sunroof, heated and cool seats, heated steering wheel. Yes, I love my heated steering wheel. Don't see anything about remote start, though. But has that rear seat entertainment system for the passengers, 22-inch wheels, and the odometer reads a very carefully driven 95,000 miles. Not going to be a lot of money. The reserve is off, and that's a classy truck right there.
Man, I felt for a moment like you switched over into golf announcer mode there.
You know, kind of been going bananas for the last hour or so.
True. Yeah, 16.5 is
Can't let them do that to you.
the current bid.
One more? No!
They went 17.5 to you. Yes, no? No problem, no problem.
Yeah!
No problem. Thank you, sir.
17,000 does the trick.
Thank you, my
And
dear.
Laura Landis-Stilzell helping things out.
Love these trucks. Yeah, I mean, they share a lot of DNA with the GMCs and the Chevys, but in terms of luxury, they tweak it up a few notches.
All right, we move on to 2015 SL400 convertible from Mercedes-Benz. As we kind of get into the, we don't see a lot of these newer SLs. A lot of them, they're back in the early 2000s.
Yes. Yes.
This one is a terrific performer.
Well, you know, we remember the SL350s and the SL500s. How about the tweener, the SL400 with a 329 horsepower V6, not a V8, 3-liter, but it's got twin turbos. Aha! Panoramic glass roof with a power retractable hardtop, of course, an automatic. And all the extras, all of the extra cost options. Many of them standard too. These cars came through loaded. It's got nav, leather interior, heated and cooled seats, dual zone climate control, and 19-inch AMG 5-spoke wheels that show off those brake calipers.
Okay, the high bid, $29,000. So we will let that one go to bid goes on. At top of the line, 96 Bronco, the Eddie Bauer edition, and they've gone even beyond that here with some extra mods, Bill.
Big light bar up on the roof there. You know, if you ever have a power failure in your house, you lose your lights, you jump in this truck, you'll be all set. 5.8 liter V8, by the way, with an automatic. That's what they would have been equipped with back in 1996 with 4-wheel drive, power steering brakes, AC, even a power seat. I'll tell you, power seat, a lot of people say, oh, what do you need a power seat for? I love having a power seat, especially, you know, when you get to a point where, you know, you're a weenie.
Trying to lean down and find that
Just
bar
find that switch.
under the front seat's a little bit difficult.
Yes.
Guys, it's funny. The Eddie Bauer Bronco is one that was a daily, if not multiple times daily occurrence. You'd see Broncos like this on the street. Now, you kind of only see them at a car show or here at Mecum.
Yep.
Very true. I used to have an Explorer, an Eddie Bauer Explorer. Loved it, but, you know, it was time to put it out to pasture after a while. All right, we'll take a break. More still to come from Vegas Central Hall here in a moment. '66 VW Type 2 Combi bus here.
Closing at 31, closing at $31,000.
They want that convertible. Something. There's a lot of options as far as a convertible, so I'm not really sure what to look for, but anything that we can take the top down.
2007 Mercedes-Benz CLK 350.
And loaded with options.
I'm only asking $2,000. This little Mercedes convertible. I get $5,050, $500. Travis holds the mail.
It's gonna be a lucky couple right here. The lucky guy.
So, $5,000, grab it.
Well, there you go. Lesson learned. If first you don't succeed, keep on trying. And Travis Delzell there helping those bidders out, find out what they wanted, and happy ending to that. Right now, let's switch gears, call in Danielle Trotta to take us for a little trip this afternoon here in Vegas.
Yeah, Scott, and it has been a really great trip out here to Las Vegas for our entire Mecum crew. We've been having fun taking in the sights and sounds, seeing shows like the Wizard of Oz inside the Sphere, the Neon Museum, which is just off the Strip, and a lot of great meals as well. So many memories for us to look back on for many years to come. But right now it's time for your favorite memories as we take a walk down memory lane. This is where we share some of your favorite photos of cars you owned in the years gone by. Post them to our Mecum Facebook page, and I picked a couple that I loved. Let's take a look at the very first photo. This one coming from Bill Weir, 1985 Pontiac Trans Am. Bill says, I traded my Pontiac 6000 wagon because I wanted something a little bit sportier. It was a great car, and with no chicken on the hood, I thought it was understated for a Trans Am, which I really liked. Good stuff. Thank you so much, Bill. Awesome photo. The next one comes from Art Palomba. He says, here's my 1983 Fleetwood Brougham d'Elegance. Beautiful blue leather button seats, moon roof, blue top. He said, I loved that car. Apparently, though, someone else did too, guys, because it was stolen from a movie theater parking lot on Thanksgiving night many moons ago. I hate that for you, Art. It was a beautiful car. Bill and I were talking about that Fleetwood in the previous commercial break. You know that part of that elegance package, the trim and luxury package, Bill, included velour seats, unique wheel covers, and some special pinstriping as well. So I hate that he got carjacked. It was a beautiful ride.
Yeah, you know what? I'll bet you that guy Superfly stole it. Let's get somebody on the trail and find out where he is.
Oh, boy.
Detective Bill is on the case, Scott.
I'm on it.
Just mentioning the word velour takes you down memory lane, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Hey, here is the 1950 Olds 88. We've all been loving on this one the last couple of days. It is just an over-the-top custom, Bill. Oh.
And a list of modifications and upgrades and elements on this car that would just take page after page to share with you. Right up front, though, it's got a 468 big block in it. That's a great start, and that's been reworked. Got a comp cam in there with roller rockers and aftermarket valve springs. It's got Hillborn stacked injection. You might have seen that. The Phytech fuel pump that feeds all those carburetors, and it's got oval port heads on the cylinder heads, and oh dear, vintage air, digital Dakota gauges.
That's House of Color Brandywine,
yes.
over gold, by the way.
Yeah, we mentioned that. It's a classic, a signature color from House of Color.
Yeah, 43 is the bid.
Sanderson headers and Flowmaster mufflers. The water pump is chrome. Polished aluminum remote reservoir underneath. I mean, all things that a lot of builders just wouldn't put the effort in to do, but they didn't scrimp anywhere on this one.
And not often seen on an Olds 88.
Interesting subject for this kind of treatment.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Ho! Ho!
Tight here.
And even this Oldsmobile, this 1950 Oldsmobile was an important car for that brand in 1950. Remember, in 1949, they debuted those overhead valve V8 engines, those rocket V8s that really changed the course of Oldsmobile performance. And here we are in 1950, and there's nothing from the original 1950 Oldsmobile except maybe some of the sheet metal that hasn't been replaced.
All right, the reserve is off at 60 grand. Trev Morvac has the gavel in hand and just sold it there on the phone to our guy Jamie McLeod over there, and his customer on the other end of the line. So 60 grand buys it. There's another 1969 Camaro, and the customizer's hand has reached over this car just a little bit. What have they done?
Oh, in a big way. LS3, 430 horse, 6.2. Holley Terminator Max, that's the control module. That's like an engine control module for the fuel system. 4L60 automatic transmission. Oh, let's keep going here. What else? Well, we've got, of course, the automatic transmission, the 4L60, as I mentioned. It's got the horseshoe shifter, vintage air, Bluetooth stereo. Kept the factory gauges in there, though.
The ice cube tray hood.
Yep. And a paint job. We have been getting, I mean, we've been going to school on paint jobs today with what some of these builders have done.
Really like the wheels on this. I think they're US Max maybe, but they use kind of a like an offset color center. So you see they have this sort of like black inlay almost on the wheels, but it works pretty well because it looks like that duckbill spoiler on the back there is almost a carbon fiber, I felt like, and just kind of give it a nice little touch all over there.
Yeah, sometimes the builders will actually add their own black accents to a set of mags. These came through. They're called Rambler Black alloy wheels. Yeah, this build definitely speaks for itself.
Go ahead. She said go ahead.
At 66 right now.
66, correct? I got you in at 66. I got you in at 66. Isn't that what you told me?
Yeah, I'll take it. No, I was at 63, but...
You're 66, correct?
Okay, I'll take 66.
Yep, somebody's in there at 66. Might as well be that guy. Zach's
You got
straightened
it,
out
my
with him,
friend.
and they just bought the car.
Yep.
How about that? All right. Good deal. 66 grand for the Camaro.
Gloss black, chrome wheels. As that combination that cannot be beat.
Well, Bill, here is a car that we have touched on yesterday. This is one of our feature cars of the entire auction, and it is a 1964 Pontiac Grand Prix with a 389 under the hood. Total restoration and upgrading.
Matching numbers 389. The engine this car was born with. Body and paintwork by the guys at Cahill's Rod Shop. And yes, I do want this car. I love these full-size Pontiac 389 big V8 luxury / performance cars. John Zachary DeLorean, responsible for the Grand Prix, a car that he conceived and dreamed and named, and it does not sell.
Yeah, $22,000 is the high bid for it. So we will pause, and just on the other side of the timeout, be on the lookout for this 1966 Corvette. We will show it to you in its entirety when we return. Oh, that is Las Vegas, Nevada. Sun going down here in the desert Southwest. And we are in our final couple of hours with you from Vegas. $17,000, the high bid on a 2005 Corvette.
Pretty car, too.
Oh, man, is it ever.
Yep, first year for the C6. Had the 400-horse LS2 and a 4L65E automatic transmission. On to the bid goes on.
Wow, that's Le Mans blue. Whew. I love that color. Jetstream blue also in that category.
Same name as the Le Mans blue from the C2 generation, but not the same color.
Right. All right. How about this? Just forget about everything else and open the bidding at $100,000 on a dual quad equipped 1956 Corvette here, Bill.
The Duntov Mark of Excellence certification from the NCRS, considered to be the ultimate certification. This is a car that has gone through the most exacting scrutiny by the folks at NCRS, and that's why you see this bidding. Of course, it is the dual quad car with a 3-speed manual transmission. The 4-speed had not debuted in the Corvette yet. Radio delete, heater delete, and the power-operated convertible top, which debuted in '56, and still not enough to sell it.
Wow. 110 grand. That is Venetian red and polo white coves, and it will take more than 110 to buy that Corvette. Okay, a 2024 F-250 Shelby Super Baja has arrived.
Oh, who said size doesn't matter? Holy moly. Big boy. Yes, sir. Okay, it's got a diesel. That Power Stroke 6.7 liter V8 turbo diesel engine. Power, torque, and just an incredibly resilient construction. You can throw anything at it. Automatic transmission, 4-wheel drive. It's got the Shelby full body rally stripes and other Shelby regalia as well, all over the truck. Power running boards, spray and bed liner. Underneath, you're going to find Fox factory race series shocks with front coilovers. And that Fox dual steering stabilizer as well. Take you anywhere. And 20-inch off-road wheels in black.
You drive that car out of the that truck out of the convention center, you could get yourself lost in the desert in about 30 minutes and have the time of your life with that truck.
You could hook up the convention center to that truck and tow it to Reno.
Well, I didn't think about that.
Yeah, well, not many people would.
You could,
yes.
Yes. All right, so $120,000, and the bid goes on now to another very, very important Corvette. This is an L72 equipped 1966 with the 67 Stinger hood. And when I say L72, Bill?
427, 425 horse is how it all began, but look at that. That's had some work. Forged aluminum pistons, 11-to-1 compression, has a big Holley 4-barrel. The crank, the rods, tough-rided. Just about everything that's been done in that engine makes it race ready, but this does not look like a car that anybody's going to race. It's just too pretty. M22 Rock Crusher 4-speed. It's been rebuilt by Phil Braybrooks, G&M Speed Center in Riverside, California. Factory rally red car, NCRS shipping data report. So you got some documentation with it as well, and this has been in the care of the same owner since 1999, 26 years. 370 posi.
I got you 90,000. You want to lift it, see if somebody else jumps in?
Okay, there we go. The reserve comes off at 90.
Oh, so much to like about that Corvette, man, oh man. Been a show winner, multiple shows, best of shows.
Thank you.
And it's a show winner here today. Gets that sold sticker.
Oh, is it ever? $90,000. 66 Corvette. Let's check in right now with Chris Jacobs, hanging out in the 303 staging lane.
Yes, sir, and I'm with something good, very good, in fact, scary good. Why do I say that? Well, this 1958 Savoy is reconditioned to appear like the hero car from the horror movie Christine, which of course is a 1958 Fury. A couple interesting factoids. In 1958, the Furies only came in sandstone white over buckskin beige, but of course Christine is done up in Spectra red and ivory over a red interior. It is powered by a 348 cubic inch V8, 345 cubic inch V8 and an automatic push button transmission. Now, 58 Furies were actually quite rare. They didn't make a whole lot of them, about 5,000 of them. So again, quite rare. They used approximately 25 cars in the making of the movie, 17 of which were destroyed, and they weren't all Furies. A bunch of them, probably most of them, were Savoys. And get this is my favorite fun fact from the movie Christine. In order to make her engine sound more menacing, the filmmakers used the sound from a 1970s Super Cobra jet engine. How cool is that? This very well done Christine car will be crossing the auction block a little bit later this afternoon. Look out for it, Scott.
Did I ever tell you about my nightmare?
Oh, which one?
I dreamed that Christine came back to life and killed Virgil Exner.
No, you didn't.
Well, maybe
that's
not.
pretty funny, though. No. $60,000. Just bought that really kind of cool and stock appearing Pontiac Safari wagon.
That's sweet. I love that station wagon. I want to say that is the opposite number from the Nomad, the Chevy Nomad.
Absolutely right. Okay, here is a 65 Corvette convertible custom.
Oh, highfalutin custom here. You know, we just saw that 66 with a 67 hood. Now we get a 65 with the 65 big block hood, which carried over to the 66 Corvette.
Right.
So we're kind of playing hopscotch here with these hoods, but this has got a 502 in it, the Cray motor with 600 horsepower.
I was wondering when you were going to get to that.
Yeah, well, you didn't have to wait long. Chrome engine accessories everywhere. You probably saw a bunch of them. The Holley, the big 800 CFM 4-barrel. Camshaft's been replaced. Mallory ignition. Headers from Sanderson. 5-speed manual transmission. We've been speaking about the House of Color. Yeah. That's their Cimarron red metallic base coat, clear coat paint.
Thank you, sir.
And it is a honey. Posi, 370 gears. Those SSBC disc brake assemblies. Oh, nothing wrong with that Corvette.
Boy, I tell you what, you are right, sir. Brought the money to $100,000 on the nose. We will take a break. and return with more coverage from Vegas. Stand by. Welcome back to Las Vegas. We are inside the convention center here, rolling on with our coverage on ESPN Plus, and it's that time of the afternoon for the State Farm Moment of the Day. State Farm has coverage that meets your needs for a price that fits your budget. Let's flash back to a red, in fact, a State Farm Candy Apple Red Shelby GT350, black interior 302, backed up by a 4-speed manual. They installed the Paxton supercharger at the dealership in New Jersey, and it brought the money today, $175,000, and look at that. That gentleman is beside himself. In fact, I mentioned at the time, and I'm going to stick with the story, he may have come to Vegas just for that car. And that is our State Farm Moment of the Day. State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. All right, back to the block we go now with a 1953 Willis wagon. And look at the build. Bill Stevens. Oh.
Scott, this would be uncontrollable. You could not keep this Jeep going straight. It's got a 383 stroker in it and a 4-speed manual transmission. There you see it right there. That'd be more than a handful. Short wheelbase sitting that high.
Oh, that's a rollover waiting to happen if you're not careful.
Oh, man. You got to pay attention. New brakes, new springs, front and rear, new Bilstein shocks. New lot of stuff. New wiring throughout there. Great finish on that, the silver and white. But I can't get over the powertrain. Whoa.
That's a little extra.
Oh, that is going to make somebody either the street eliminator or the public enemy #1. One or the other.
34, 35, 35, 35. Sir?
35.
Is that your daughter? She wants you to bid 35. What is she buying for? Give $35,000.
There he is, right there.
Gosh, maybe I'm in the middle of something. Is that? Is that her dad over there? What are you pointing at? 35. You got 34 on the telephone.
Is the bid.
Ho!
35.
Our auctioneer's Trev Morvac, and they've got 35 now.
And you know, that's still four-wheel drive. It's got a transfer case in it. You literally could smoke all 4 tires with that engine.
Thanks, guys.
Yes, and the entire row is up for that one. That's fun. That is fun. $35,000. Okay, next up is a pace car for us. This is an '89 Turbo Trans Am pace car edition. No decals visible externally, just so you know.
Yeah, pretty potent engine there. That's the 3.8-liter V6 with turbocharging. And if that sounds familiar, well, look up Buick Grand National from a couple of years earlier. One of only 1,555 that were produced to commemorate the 73rd Indianapolis 500, which was won by...
Oh, you're looking at me?
Oh, I certainly don't know.
1989 Indianapolis 500 was won by negative. That would have been Emerson Fittipaldi. However, I'm going to give you a half a point because Bobby Unser was the guy who drove the pace car.
Oh, all right.
In 1989 at the beginning of the race. Yeah, that was the first of 2 victories by Emerson Fittipaldi, the former F1 world champion.
Now, was that the one where little Alan he kind of got into a little scrap at the finish line and bumped into each other? Or
Yeah,
a little controversy
I think it was.
there?
Yes, very. It was at turn 3 on the next to last lap, I believe.
Thought so. Anyway, this one in excellent condition. Odometer reads, you ready? 581 miles. Original paperwork with this, of course. This has all what you might expect in a Trans Am in terms of the limited slip rear axle, the leather inside, air conditioning, power windows, AM, FM, and cassette.
What can you get me? Come on. What can you get me on that? Come on. Come on. I'm letting you go. I gave it to you. We were hit.
62.
70,000. So please let us sell. I guarantee I will not sell it right away. I'll keep working for you. Look to reserve. And a lot of guys waiting on you. 68. 70,000.
Okay, the high bid here on that Turbo Trans Am, 68,000. And just as we're set to go to the next car, they lift the reserve at 68. Internet's got the upper hand here.
Yeah.
Okay, after they worked it all out, it will sell after all. Little Al, by the way, did get his sort of revenge. Won twice, 92 and 94. So
yeah, he came back and got a little frontier justice, you might say.
Yes, he did. Never forget his comment in Victory Lane at the time. You just don't know what Indy means.
Yeah.
Really, truthfully, and he knows.
To that family, yeah.
Oh, yeah, no question. All right, let's all jump on board and jump in this 1952 Chevy Suburban.
Bill, this thing is so clean. The color combo, the setup. I know you're going to tell everybody about it, but this has been one of my favorites I've been waiting for all weekend.
You know, I'm going to start with a wheel treatment here. They could very well be one-offs. They could be the only ones like that riding on this truck. But other than that, take a look around this truck. Very well done. Great conception here, what they did with it. No expense spared on the restoration. Corvette power, the 5.7 with a 4L60E overdrive automatic. Custom chassis rack and pinion steering. And we're approaching $100,000.
You're right, Bill. Those wheels set it off so perfectly. The stance on this ride, 3 rows of seating so you can bring the whole family with you. You know, it has that very style specific to this era. They added those kind of 3 bars of the chrome there on the side pieces, but just what a showpiece this is.
A perfect combination of an original flavored custom, but with a lot of modifications on it.
I'm going to go with you, Bill, and say those are one-off wheels or hubcaps and
it has
trim
that
rings
very
and
original, like late 40s style, right? Which would have been a totally different size, but in a modern fitment, I think those might be 20s.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, the diameter tells you they're not OEM wheels. And I can't recall ever seeing another car with a wheel that looks like that, and that one fits that build ideally.
And with the visors on there.
Yeah, the old visor there, yeah.
It's got them on the front doors as well.
Yeah, front doors.
Just so cool.
Yeah, it is.
All right, we got close, 98,000, but not going to be enough. All right, Bill.
Yes.
Here comes the subject of your nightmare.
Yes, it is. Yeah, Chris did a good job of describing this. Although Chris said it was the hero car, I'd call it the villain car from Christine.
Yeah,
with all the mayhem it was responsible for.
Right.
Yeah. Not the actual car from the movie, but pretty good representation of it. It's got the 345 cubic inch Hemi in there, which is kind of cool. Dual carburetors. And I spent some time watching the movie. Got the correct chrome valve covers and chrome power brake reservoir. Quaker State decal on that car. Upgraded the motor a little bit, put a mild camshaft in it. A rebuilt torque flight, automatic transmission in there. Got the original rear end, 355 gears. Sure, I'd be inclined to say that this probably is a little faster than the actual movie car, which I don't think got these upgrades.
I was surprised to hear that they used 17 of these.
Yeah.
In the filming of the movie.
I wouldn't know that because I'd never watched the movie. I had to look the clips up the first time I heard people talking about Christine. I don't like scary things. That might not surprise you guys. But hearing 17, that seems like a lot.
Yeah.
Good battle. The reserve came off at 85.
35, 140.
Scott, FYI, they destroyed 17 of these during the making of the movie. They actually used 24.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because if you watch the movie, every scene it's crashing into something, and they can't repair it. They got to get another car.
Wow. 135. And those same folks are in on the 58 Savoy.
I think they only used a handful of cars in Smokey and the Bandit. Maybe.
Yeah, don't know.
Yeah.
Don't know.
Certainly not 24.
No. 135 again. Bought that. 1958. Okay, 1959 Eldorado Baritz convertible. That is what we're going to take a look at next.
This one just, oh my God, gives you the shivers. What a great restoration. It's nicknamed Santa's Sled. Merry Christmas, everyone.
Isn't that just ridiculous how we went from Christine and Happy Halloween to Santa's Sled?
Breaking barriers here. Yeah, it's got that 390, which I believe that was a debut year for that engine in the Cadillac. 190 horsepower, 3 two-barrel carburetors, high performance cam. So this is pushing more horsepower than that with what's been done. Power window, power everything. Come on, it's an Eldorado Baritz. The options certainly were outnumbered by the standard features.
210.
Yeah, I think you're right, Bill. On the 390. The year before, the top of the heap in terms of the displacement was 365.
Yeah, right.
Watching him, he's shaking his head. He's giving a, hey, good news, reserve came off at 205. Wow. Between you, me, and the fence post's reserve was much more than that, but most sellers are. Come on, sell to him. You got it, sir.
Are you kidding
me? You got it. You got it.
$205,000.
An indication of the quality of the Baritz.
And there are people willing to shell out some big coin for some fantastic cars today here in Las Vegas.
Oh yeah, we're still at it here in Central Hall at the Las Vegas Convention Center. Just under 90 minutes to go in our coverage, and I am standing next to a 1966 Corvette convertible ready to cross the auction block. You see the bubble hood, so you know it's a big block under there. It's a 427 turbo jet. This is the 390 horsepower version. Matching numbers there, of course, and it is mated to its matching numbers 4-speed manual transmission. Done up very nicely in Nassau blue over blue. It is an NCRS second flight winner at the chapter level. And this car was completely rebuilt. What's rare about this one too, it's a radio delete car. So you're just gonna have to listen to those dulcet tones of the 427 as you're cruising down the road with the top down. It's got the the wheel covers on there, the hubcaps with the faux spinners on there, and very well done. And just a one little spotter's guide here in the front of the car. This emblem right here is only on the 66. So if you see that, you'll know that you're looking at a 1966 Corvette. Rolling across the block in a matter of minutes, Scott.
We can see it from here. Chris Jacobs, thank you very much. Over there in the 303 staging lane. We will come to the middle of the block here, actually just off the middle, for a 1969 customized Mustang. They're calling that root beer pearl metallic. It looks like a rolling Hershey's Kiss, Bill. Giant piece of chocolate, but here's the thing. Under that hood, 700 horsepower out of a twin turbo 347 engine.
Yeah, it's a stroker, and they didn't stop there with the turbochargers. So 700, certainly attainable with that setup. And again, a lot of work went inside the engine with the crankshaft and the camshaft and the roller rockers and the heads, the pistons and the rods and all the reciprocating assembly in that engine, race tuned.
Bill, look at that interior. We got a perfect shot right there. A ton of work went inside, integrating a roll cage. There's a lot of aluminum in there, a lot of leather. That was a big build on that car. Somebody just got a great deal on it.
Oh, man, we've had a bunch of them today. Wow.
It looked like, what do those look like to you, Rut? 18s and 20s, or maybe even 18s and 22s?
Yeah, I think you might be right on that. I think they might. I mean, they look like 22s in the rear.
Yeah.
And boy, it just filled it out. That root beer looked beautiful right there.
Yep, and it gabbled for 72,000.
You guys are correct. 22-inch by 11-inch rear wheels.
Okay, sweet. All right, 2017 Shelby Super Snake, 50th anniversary here, Bill.
Oh, Power Abundanza, take no prisoners. 850 horsepower out of that 5-liter V8. How do they get all that power? With a supercharger. Now, this is the 50th anniversary edition, built to commemorate the original 1967 Super Snake, which we actually had at the Mecum auction some years ago. That would have been that Shelby Mustang that did the tire test and was absolutely positively the king of the Shelby Pyramid.
We actually had that one twice. The first time was in Seattle.
Yep.
When a guy, or actually the first time was in Indy. A guy bought it for $1 million and then turned around and after he was finished with it, sold it for $3 million, I think, a few years after that.
Right, and this commemorates that car.
And guys, we go from just insane thing. The way I knew that car had too much power, saw those extended lugs on there, the lug bolts. That's how you know it's tough. But boy, this one coming up, this is one of my favorites I've been waiting for, Scott.
And what Rutledge is talking about as we move off of the Super Snake to the 1978 Porsche 930 Turbo Targa.
Yeah, very interesting history on this car, Scott. It was one of the last to roll off the assembly line in 1977. It was then used basically as a test car to see if it was a viable option to produce a 930 Targa. Another interesting fact about this car is it's an ROW spec car, meaning rest of the world, non-US. However, it was initially equipped with a US spec 3.3 liter turbo engine. It was then removed and the car was sold. It was later replaced at some point with another 3.3 liter. But I think what's unique about this car, it is documented as a test car for Porsche.
And the high bid here is $200,000.
Amazing for a 930 Targa Turbo that was wrapped that green color.
Well, by the way, that green color is the original color that it was painted. It was subsequently painted red. The current consignor had it wrapped in that olive green to mimic the original paint scheme. Yes.
Wow.
You know, that is one of those cars, Chris, with so much in the details that I'm sure a lot of Porsche fans are going,
history and mystery.
I can't figure that car out.
You can't quite put your finger on that car. Those rocker panels are or were later added. Those are not from the factory. The seats look like they're not the proper seats. There's a lot going on with this car, but obviously people are interested at $210 the bid.
Right.
I'd still drive it.
Exactly. So we'll move on from that one to a 2020 Shelby GT500. No mystery about this car, huh?
No, another high horse Mustang, 760 horsepower. Out of the supercharged 5.2 of the 7-speed dual clutch automatic. Yep, a Shelby GT500. That alone brings you plenty of magic. Carbon fiber everywhere. It's got the carbon fiber track package that everybody wanted back then. That was called the golden ticket. Carbon fiber wheels, and carbon fiber rear spoiler.
92.5, no.
And these cars were so difficult to order back in 2020 because Ford wasn't offering a whole bunch of them, and not every Ford dealer got one. So you really had to forage around to find one to buy. And of course, the markup on these cars made them even a little more unattainable for a lot of people. But now, market's coming back for the people that have enough money to buy them after they're 5 years old.
Well, at least somebody's got enough money here. One guy does. Let's see if anybody else jumps in the fray. 92.5 is the high bid. 92.5 is the final bid. And stand up and take a bow, sir. Yes. Oh, that's hilarious. Okay, here's the 66 Corvette that Chris previewed for us a little further back in the staging lane a while ago.
Yeah, second flight winner at NCRS, which is nothing to sneeze at. It's not the top flight, but a second flight. There are several reasons why it may not have made top flight. It doesn't always mean the condition of the car. Maybe the owner didn't take it to enough of the events in order to get the points to become top flight, but whatever. Matching numbers, though, that's the 390 horse 427 hydraulic lifter. You know, the smaller cylinder heads and the smaller carburetor versus the L72, but I had a 427 390, and I certainly was not embarrassed with that car. They are still quick Corvettes. It's got matching numbers, M21 4-speed, the close ratio, numbers matching rear end. And most of that paint's original, in Nassau blue. Original interior, carpet, floor mats. Radio delete, as Chris mentioned. And of course, there are those that would argue, well, radios weren't standard, so it's not really radio delete. It's that they didn't order the radio as the option.
Just didn't check the box.
Didn't check the box, so, you know, that argument continues.
You know, that second flight designation, that's not, to me, that is not really a mark against the car.
No.
Hey, you're still being allowed to play in that Corvette sandbox. And, you know, like you say, it just may be a matter of time and tweaking to get that top flight.
And it isn't a one-and-done situation. To get top flight, you've got to go to several of the events.
Exactly.
And they accumulate your points or whatever, and a lot of people can't commit to that. So there you go.
It is a process. And the reserve came off. The car just sold for $85,000. Good for them.
Yeah.
Well, here is an interesting car next on the block. Shelby GT500 from 1970, and we're being told that it is, according to the Deluxe Marty report, one of one, Bill, in this particular setup.
Well, I'm not going to dispute Kevin Marty. If he says that car is one of one, I'm on board.
Yep. 279
miles since the rotisserie restoration. It's been garage kept. Great for restoring the car and maintaining its appearance. Matching numbers, 428 there, automatic transmission. That would have been the C6 Ford automatic. And it's finished in the original grabber yellow. Underbody's been detailed too with the red oxide primer, which makes it correct. Undercarriage also, a lot of the components under there, either restored, replaced. We got the original paperwork there, the original title, restoration receipts. And it is, once again, a 1970 GT500, which brought that whole first chapter of the Shelby Mustang to an end.
And Bill, talk about the perfect wheels for a car. Having kept those wheels on there, that style, everything about those.
Oh, the 5-spoke Magstars. Delightful.
Got some good attention here at $120,000, but that will be the max for now. Wait a minute, did they sell it? All right, we'll leave that at 120.
Yep.
And a 62 Mercedes-Benz 190 SL convertible is next.
We've seen this market mushroom as well. You know, these cars originally were designed to sort of be the next best thing to the 300s back when the 300 SL was the top of the line for Mercedes. So what do? You give people an opportunity to kind of enjoy that vibe without spending that kind of money. 120 horsepower, inline 4, dual carbs, and a 4-speed transmission. And a fantastic restoration, all done by pros.
Such a pretty car, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And I've never driven one, but from what people tell me, just responsive and comfortable. And you know what? You get in that car and you know you're in a Mercedes.
High bid on that 190 SL, 100,000 even. And here comes an Impala Super Sport from the same year, 1962.
And And she is real fine, my 409.
Oh, isn't she?
Yep. 1962, you get the 409 with the 409 horsepower. And that would mean that you had a car that pretty much not only ruled a lot of the streets and boulevards in this country, but they took these cars to the drag strip. This is before 1963 when GM pulled out of racing, and these cars right here, these 409 Chevys, they could hold their own against anything. Of course, it's got the two 4-barrel carburetors on that 409 horsepower edition. And this is a multiple award winner with a Best of Show award as well to go along with it. Driven less than 3,000 miles in the past 16 years. Posi rear end, 411 gears, Honduras maroon paint, as you can see. And once again, at 409, you want to talk about a displacement that just conjures up images of a fantastic era in American performance, and that motor will do it.
Oh, man.
Giddy up.
It's a shame, you know, it didn't last longer than it did. I mean, it was only, what, 5 or 6 years?
Yeah.
Thereabouts. And when they were able to coax 409 horsepower magically out of that displacement, I mean, that was so cool, right?
Yeah, and that wasn't the most horsepower. They got 425 horsepower out of that engine at some point, and then they had the Z11s that made even more horsepower.
Right.
Guys, when you see that shifter there for the manual transmission, I'm telling you, I'm one of those people that sometimes I really feel like cars have kind of a soul, a vibe to it. Yeah. This car still says to me, I want to go fast. I want to be driven. Sure. Put the top down, let's hit a drive in, and we're going to smoke the tires at every light.
You know, I thought you were going for the fact that those shifters probably are saying, please don't break me.
I'm gentle, okay?
Yeah.
Pretend I'm made of glass.
All that power and torque and a little slender shift levers coming out of that transmission.
Well, and you saw the gentleman there that just put his name on the dotted line at $82,000. We're back in a moment. Well, custom cars on the Mecum auction block have not been in short supply here in Vegas or a couple of weeks ago in Fort Worth. Here's one, a 1956 Bel Air Custom, 5.7-liter V8, automatic transmission, total Pro Touring style build. Fly Jones did the paint, Brian Garst the fabrication. That's going to be coming up shortly. Right now, to Danielle Trotta with a car that's also on the way to the block today.
It'll be here in just a couple moments, Scott, crossing the block. Yeah, and I'm calling it the Liberace car. It is very Viva Las Vegas, 1967 Cadillac DeVille. And check out this paint job. The owner of the car, Gabe, is sitting inside there. And I said, Gabe, you got to tell me the story behind this paint job. He said, I'm not taking any credit for it. I told my painter, use your imagination. This is what he came up with. A lot of glitter in this paint as well. Absolutely beautiful job. They also redid the suspension, updated the engine, of course the air ride suspension. I got to show you this. Gabe said he'd do it for us. All right, Gabe, show us what you got. Air it out for us. How low can you go, Scott Hoke?
Oh, slam that thing all the way to the ground.
This DeVille's got it all. You can't miss her going down the strip. Here she comes, raising it back up. He's headed to the block, Scott. Any minute now, we'll see who can take it home.
All right, Danielle, thank you very much. Thanks, Gabe, behind the wheel as well.
The number of man hours in that paint job are incalculable.
Ridiculous.
I'm not kidding you.
You're correct, man. In the meantime, we'll check on a 33 Ford Cabriolet, kind of a 5-minute paint job compared to that Cadillac, right?
Yeah. You bet it. You know what? It's still a Boyd Coddington build. So that earns it a lot of points. Twin port injected crate engine, about 325 horsepower, and that electronic overdrive automatic, the 4L60E. Dana rear end, 340 gears with pause traction. Boyd designed the chassis on this and added QA1 shock absorbers as well. Stainless exhaust, immaculate.
And a high bid on the Ford at $60,000.
Boy, that thing's pretty, isn't it?
Oh, man. We've had some street rods today that tell you. It's almost like the SEMA show wrapped up last week. And I want to say, guys, don't leave. You forgot something.
Just leave whatever you want here. We'll sell it.
Yeah.
Okay, here's a Pontiac Firebird up on the auction block.
Yep, not stock. It's been reworked here. It's got a 428 in it, and that's a Pontiac engine. They built a 428, big block. Pontiac did for 3 years, 67, 68, 69. And there you see a lot of detailing and extra chrome and polishing there. The serpentine pulley system from March, Holly Sniper fuel injection, Tremec 5-speed, quick ratio steering box as well, AC, AM, FM. Look at the interior. Pretty. Her shifter in there on that TKO 5-speed manual. And a little dipsy-do on the paint job there. You see the light metallic, most of the car, and then some darker green metallic here and there along the hood and the trunk.
Get it up?
Yeah, get it up.
What's it take?
I'm sorry?
What's the least you'll take for it?
I think 70. 60.
Thank you, sir.
Well, high bid, $45,000. Okay, here comes the Liberace car, and as Danielle described that a few minutes ago, the only thing I'm thinking of is just get a candelabra and put it up on the hood, and that would be the coup de grace.
You know, I'm not even going to tell you about the engine transmission. That's the big nothing burger on this car.
The paint on this car is so incredible, guys. From the lace, the layering, if you look at the green, the purple, every little detail of color that's on this car has a little bit different paint technique to it. Metal flake for days. The spokes, the air suspension on here. This thing is awesome. It has just been attracting a crowd all weekend long.
You know, the question that I have about the paint is how? I mean, how? I get the colors and all that, but how do you get all that to...
Oh, it's so multi-piece and multi-layered. The time it takes to do this, and the way that you see graphics layered inside and out of each other, each step like that is another part of the process.
It's like if you watch that, it's like a master class.
Well,
oh yeah, and you can see there's a lace pattern in that green there on the trunk.
Correct.
Like your grandmother's tablecloth. They layer that in, spray it, pull it off. It's just unbelievable.
I used to do lace painting. I worked in a paint shop when I was a kid, and I'll tell you, the way to do this paint job, you start with the base and then you come out panel by panel so that everything is layered, and you do each treatment individually, then you go to the next one, and you're basically coming backwards from the surface of the car.
Right.
Obviously, this is for a very specific buyer, guys, but I've got to say, it's been sitting in staging for a while. There were so many young people taking videos, wanting to sit in the car, so I think you'd get a lot of cool points if you could drive this thing around.
I just don't want to go to the RMV and have them ask me, what color's your car?
All right, 56 Bel Air is next, and a $65,000 high bid on that yellow car that we get to see all too briefly.
Yeah, there's a shop in Santa Fe Springs, California, C&J Engineering. Familiar with them? They do a lot of engine builds for a lot of different applications. This is a 454 they've done. And it's got Edelbrock aluminum head, 700 R4 automatic transmission, lock-up converter switch for hard launches, and a Curry 9-inch rear end with positive traction. And it does not sell.
All right, as you take a look at the next car, remind you that our coverage from Kansas City begins on December the 5th. We have 1 hour to go in our program here with you today before we pack things up and get set to move to KC for the season finale of our 18th year of Mecum television coverage. As we cross over the top of the hour here with 1 hour to go, a 1932 Ford is on the block and just topped out at $80,000.
Bill, another Boyd Coddington build.
I think that's three.
That's unbelievable. You never get to see him. The fact that we've had three is unbelievable.
Yep, and each one just as spectacular as the next. 454 in this one. Aluminum heads, that 700 R4 automatic. Boy, design those wheels.
And a high bid of 80, as I mentioned, as we move to a Mazda RX-7 R1 Total Custom from 1993.
And not just any, Scott. Oh no, this is a tribute build to Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift, which was the third movie in the series. That's a rebuilt 13B under the hood. It's a V-mount radiator and intercooler setup. The idea being air can flow through both on its way through the car. This is the official Veil side kit that was on the car that they used in the movie that Sung Kang's character Han drove. It had a little different set of wheels on there, but this thing is actually very legit built, big single turbo. It's got BC forged wheels on there, Fortunato coilovers. These cars are absolute rippers and have grown a ton in value, but to have a tribute car to the movie, and really he's kind of the most popular, beloved characters of the series. He's the only one that changed the space-time continuum because it was in the third movie, but then he appeared in the fourth, but it kind of looked like his character was killed in the third, but then in 5, 6, 7, and 8. It's a lot, but anyway, Sung Kang is the man. Everybody loves him. That's
Wait
a cool
minute,
car.
the space-time continuum.
Yeah.
Doc in Back to the Future
I
did
know.
that first,
You're
right?
welcome, but they acted like the third movie never happened. So at the end of the fourth movie, they're like, oh, what is everybody going to do now? And Sung Kang's character Han was like, yeah, I'm thinking about going down to Tokyo. Check it out. Jason Statham comes in later. It's a lot. But anyway, that's a cool car.
You know, we've had a lot of bidding on this car, up to $90,000. I would have to believe that the people bidding on the car are familiar with a lot of what you just said.
Absolutely. I mean, when you paint it orange and black with that Veil side kit on there, and it's basically the multi-piece kit from doors, fenders, front, rear, everything. I mean, it changes the entire car so much to what you see in front of you. It really makes it special. But if you do the orange and black, it is definitely a tribute car to Tokyo Drift.
Bill, buy this car and then buy a 2019 Corvette CR1 in orange and black.
Oh, what a pair.
Put them side by side.
What a pair. Yes.
Sure, why not? Let's do it.
Okay, reserves off at 90.
Hey, Rutledge, could this car be like driven every day? Or is it too
'cause
rad?
that's what's cool, is that this car was actually built to handle and go have a lot of fun with. The movie tribute part of it is really cool, but it's actually, even without this, it would probably still be, I'm going to guess, a 75-plus car.
Okay.
So, you know, I have to believe that this owner put a lot of money into this car, and I think the buyer just got a great deal.
Yeah.
All right. Now we'll focus on a 67 Corvette here, Brother Bill. Convertible, 4-speed, big block.
Yeah, no, 435. Yeah, here we go again. The L71. 3 two-barrel carburetors on that solid lifter, 427 with side exhaust and a 456 rear end ratio. Oh, you won't keep tires on this Corvette very long. Rally red, white convertible top, and the bolt-on wheels. Look at that. Falling in love. Red on red, side exhaust. So fabulously stylish, these cars. C2s, this was the last year for that generation, and they could have gone another 5 years. I've always said that.
Could you get, and I think I know the answer to this, could you get factory air in this car? 435 horse, 427 convertible? Probably not. I was going to say, if you could, man, that would be super rare.
Oh, that would be great. Some people have done it, you know, after they buy the car, you can add it, but no, Chevy didn't want to put air in a solid lifter big block because they rev so high, you'd throw the belt and, you know, be replacing parts and everything. These engines were just too monstrous for an AC setup.
You want to net the 95?
When I was talking with him, I think what it would be 99 with the 10% buy fee at 110. That's what I have it reserved for.
You told me you might also consider 105.
Yeah, 105.
Which is the same, which is where we're at.
Yeah.
So at 95, that's where you're at.
So 95 has been red interior.
Yeah, I don't
Not a numbers matching engine in it, but once again, like I always say, you know what? You match the gas pedal in that, and the seat of your pants doesn't care whether it's numbers matching or not.
Yep.
Like I said, I still have to make a call.
Okay. Takes 100.
Okay, takes 100. Get it down.
Well, the consignor has said got to be 100,000. Frank said that.
96,000.
Should make everybody happy.
Whoa, 97. It's up to you.
And the internet.
Late money.
Hey, that's okay. Still spends the same.
Yep.
They're still going to work on it. The auctioneer closes the bid, and we need to take a break here after $96,000 worth of activity on that Corvette. Our final hour from Las Vegas will roll on after this.
Well, this is where the excitement is, the auction block here in Las Vegas. For our continuing coverage of Mecum auctions, I am with a phenomenal 1970 Dodge Charger Custom by my friend at Miranda Built down in Delray Beach, Florida. These guys know what they're doing. You just got to look at that custom 572. Those valve covers, of course, hand fabricated. Look at that interior in there as well. Man, this car is flawless, and it's got the trophy case to prove it. This car won its class at Autorama in 2015. It won Hot August Nights in 2023. And man, you just see it all over this car. And in a second, you're gonna be able to hear it. Scott, back to you, buddy.
Oh, man, Chris Jacobs walking into the middle of the block. Nicely done. That is going to be coming up here shortly. In the meantime, got to finish things off on a 95 Skyline R33 GTR. Everybody, $57,000.
Oh, these cars are so intriguing to me. A lot of people don't know anything about them, but they're screamers. They are 2.6 liter inline six. And this one right here, just a little over 115,000 miles, which contributes to the bidding at $59,000. We see them trade for much more than that.
Yeah, Bill, you nailed it. I mean, these cars are definitely niche plus, you know. If you know about these cars, if you're a fan of the JDM market, like my good friend Rutledge Wood next to me, you know that this car is an icon.
Oh, yeah. Owned one, loved it, enjoyed it. I sold mine for a little bit more than this. Mine was a midnight purple, but even the wheels alone, those are expensive wheels. Really tastefully done setup on here. It's a beautiful ride.
Was yours right-hand drive?
Yes, sir.
Was, yeah.
Yeah. And I was lucky. My friend Sean helped me find it, so I was able to buy it just before it became legal in the U.S. So once it did, boom, I was one of the first ones.
Yeah, every GTR is right-hand drive, is it not? There's some left-hand drive?
All the JDM ones were until it got here as an R35 GTR. Then they became left-hand drive.
Is the statute of limitations run out on buying an illegal car yet for you? Are you okay?
I don't mess with. Look, Florida. You can register anything. The amount of weird ones that are down there, it scares me.
All right, very good. Hey, let's get to work on this 70 Charger Custom that Chris escorted to the block here. Man, all kinds of good stuff to talk about. We're already at $200,000.
Yeah, I mean, Bill's got the stats and he can rattle them off for you, but man, I can't say enough about the quality of craftsmanship. Miranda Built's been around for a long time. This is an older build, but it is holding up so well because of that craftsmanship.
Hours and hours and hours of labor here. 4.5-year build. Estimated 3,000 hours were invested in this. Engine, look out, Mom. 572 cubic inch crate Hemi with Indy cylinder heads. 667 horsepower. The torque, 735 pound-feet. Almost uncontrollable.
Say that again. 735 pound-feet of torque.
Yeah, what I love about what these guys have done on the previous custom builds we've seen rolling across the block, they've kept everything, like the flavor of the car is there. They have not touched any of the body lines. They've only enhanced them and modernized them, and it's such a great effect.
Well, you know, just getting back to the torque real quick. Horsepower gets the headlines, but it's torque that does the work.
Yep. Well, and we've talked about it before. For a long time, that 500 pound-feet mark has been kind of like, man, if you're above that, look out.
Serious.
Perfect. Okay, on to the 1940 Ford Deluxe here.
Yeah, we're going to change up a little bit. Usually we show you the top of the car, what have you. There's the engine. Let's sneak underneath because that's worth a shot. Yeah, there you go. We love to do this. We take pictures and especially of cars that are deserving of having the undercarriage and the chassis and the suspension revealed to our audience, and this is a perfect example of that. Just a beautiful job underneath there. Obviously a show car. This has seen very little, if any, street driving, and rightly so. It's a Chevy 350 underneath there. It's a ZZ4 crate, 420 horse with aluminum heads, and another 700 R4 automatic transmission, a real workhorse in the transmission world.
And another paint Hall of Fame candidate, in my opinion, under the lights. Man, is this car well done.
Yeah, I would agree. For second the motion, $45,000 the high bid. Here's a VW Type 2 23 window bus from 1959.
Not only have we seen a bunch of these here in Las Vegas, but a lot of them have gone through a complete full Monty restoration like this one. This one is known as the Santa Barbara bus. And again, it's got that little horizontally opposed 4-cylinder engine, about 36 horsepower. It's never about the horsepower in these little buses. It's just their appearance and the restoration and just the presentation as well. There's a good shot of the inside of it. Everything's been rebuilt in this. I mean, the floors framed, new body panels, rebuilt, detailed engine room, along with the engine, and repainted in the original color scheme.
It's interesting when you have those 15-inch wheels instead of the 14s that most of them had on there. Just gives you a little more ability to run a better tire on there, get a little bit more height out of it too. My friend Danielle Suarez, a NASCAR Cup driver, loves these, has a few of them. This one started out, Bill, I think it's a 15 window originally when it got delivered to Maryland, and just had that beautiful restoration.
Yeah.
What a stunner, though.
Punch a few more windows in it. Why not?
It did not have a sunroof either when it was delivered from Germany.
Right, non-sunroof truck.
Yep.
85.
I just learned something. 14-inch wheels?
Yeah, most of them would have had 14s.
The same size wheels as you get on a Camaro.
Right?
It sounds a little weird, but that's it.
You're a little behind if you're watching the live for stream. Going to be 87.5.
87.5. That's a nice little bump there.
Hang on, they're still working on it.
It looks like we got two different phone bidders. Those are lighting up over there.
Yeah.
Looks like whoever's driving it might be talking
Yeah,
to
it's
the
off the block.
Consignor is behind the wheel. The reserve is off.
Reserve is off. They got it
Oh,
off.
Rutledge, this has got your license plate on it, buddy. Fun 957.
That's right. That's right. That thing is fun.
Boy, I don't remember exactly when it happened, but one day I woke up and suddenly these things were worth almost $100,000. It almost was lightning striking these little buses.
It was
and
really
this is
kind
a
of
Type 2. Excuse me, a Type 2.
Yes,
this
sir.
is not even the German-built one.
It was the Kindig effect. I mean, once his bus sold for an astronomical amount, it kind of like pulled all of these up into that stratosphere.
And guys, keep in mind, we've seen
Congrats.
some South American ones
You're
come
welcome.
through
Thank you.
and go for probably half as much.
All right, have a
This
good
one,
day.
not even original 23 window, and look what the numbers it
Look
did.
at
So
that.
cool.
Yep. 87.5 bought it. Who wants first dibs on this Lincoln Continental Custom from 1965? Bill?
Well, I'll just give you the facts and figures. Gets the LS1, 350 horse, electronic fuel injection in it, and turbo 400 transmission with Willwood four-wheel disc brakes. There you see the engine installation, beautifully done. And what else can you say? This almost like it should be in that Dick Tracy movie, if you remember.
It is like the modern day Entourage car at this point, right? So many people fell in love with that then.
Oh, yeah.
You know, Danielle, I can see why you were so drawn to this thing. Having that kind of matte paint on there, that satin finish, this thing is so clean from every angle.
love seeing the wheels finally moving, Brett. Remember you were talking about that earlier.
It's got almost like a spoked effect, the way that they are kind of grooved on the covers of them. But we see those floating center caps. So the logo's always the same direction. It's just such a neat car.
That's almost a strobe effect when those wheels are moving.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
It's funny. I was trying to describe it to Danielle, and then I realized, oh, I took a video because I'm that much of a nerd this morning. Just seeing it drive around, it's like, oh, it looks like this.
Getting the money.
And the reserve is off, 117.5.
Those half skirts on the rear almost give it like a staggered effect because you're only seeing half of the rear wheel there. Makes them appear that they're not the same size as the fronts, but I think that they are.
So, nice job, dude. Congratulations. Oh, sorry,
$120,000 buys that Continental. Wow. Well, next up, textbook lead sled here, Brother Bill, 1949 Mercury.
Yeah, you know, I would say it's a lead sled maybe in its concept, but this is a full custom. This has been given just about everything you can give to a 49 Merc that takes it far above what, you know, the typical lead sled would. Look at all of the fabrication under the hood, all the tin work there, and the chrome, and the polishing. Of course, you can see that it's got an electric hood as well that's been added to this. The color, Sunrise Pearl it's called. Chevy, 540 horse, big block, dual quads.
I don't know if you caught the valve cover there, but that was a very special touch. It said, praise the Lowered.
Lowered, yeah.
Hey guys, look at this tail panel on the rear. Oh my gosh, all weekend long, this one has been making crowds. Just, it draws people in such a different way because you know all of that custom metalwork to lay that rear window down, to get the windshield just right. I mean, every detail had to be paid attention to turn this into such a gorgeous lead sled, Bill.
Think about this, that's a 4.5-inch shop on the top, which wasn't that high to begin with. So you're almost down to like a gun slit on this car.
Well, $80,000.
I'm just thinking of the labor that went into the metalwork on this.
Yeah. Okay, $80,000. That is where we will leave it. And we'll step aside. More still to come from Vegas on a fantastic Saturday. Stay with us.
The 250 GTO, the Gran Turismo Omologato, is an absolute watershed moment for Ferrari.
Graham Hill raced this car. Salvadori raced this car. And every time I hold that wheel, I know that, hey, I'm connecting to those people.
If you're going to own the best of the best, you got to have a GTO.
It represents excellence, and it represents everything that Ferrari are known for.
Well, the eyes of the world are on Mecum Kissimmee in January of 2026, and specifically on that car. The 1962 Ferrari 250 GTO, the Bianco Speciale.
We heard the name Graham Hill there, of course, the world champion, Formula One champion, and Salvadori. Not familiar with that name? Roy Salvadori, an outstanding Italian endurance driver who was Carroll Shelby's co-driver when they won the 24 Hours of Le Mans 1959. So what a murderer's row of drivers that have been behind the wheel of that Ferrari.
Oh my goodness. That is the only one that Ferrari produced in white. The only one of those 36 250 GTOs. By the way, you can see more about that specific car, a very special program that is airing currently on Mecum TV, on Roku, and on the Mecum Auctions YouTube channel. So check out both of those. You can see our entire show episodes there as well. So make good use of that, as well as on here on ESPN+. It's going to be quite a January for us, and quite an opening to our 19th season of Mecum on television. Here is a 2023 Challenger SRT Hellcat Wide Body Jailbreak Edition.
Well, there's only one company that is authorized to do the convertible conversions on these cars, and that is Drop Top Customs, and that's who did this one. This again is a, well, it's a last call car, but obviously been converted to convertible, so makes it even more rare. This one's got the 6.2 liter supercharged engine under the hood. It's the Hemi, of course, making 717 horsepower by way of it being the jailbreak version of the Hellcat engine. Really cool the way they've done these. You know, I mean, there's definitely two camps, whether people like them or don't like them. I'm kind of in the second camp. I like them. They're very well done. Drop Top does a great job, and that's why, you know, Dodge authorized them to do the work.
Yeah, no changes whatsoever to the running gear here. It's all about that convertible conversion. This has got the TorqueFlite 8-speed automatic with it. You see the wide body fenders, also the wide body competition suspension underneath with adaptive damping suspension pieces. Brembo 6-piston disc brakes as well with orange calipers that kind of talk to the paint job on the car. A couple of groups with this, the technology and the driver convenience, so it's optioned out.
97 grand. The bid goes on for the Challenger, and we are already at 75,000, and now 85 on this incredible C10 from 1970.
Yeah, the pickup truck market showing no signs of slowing down, especially when they are modified like this one. 403 horsepower out of that 6.2 liter V8 engine, and a professional total frame off restoration and a complete mechanical upgrade throughout. 6L80E 6-speed automatic transmission, 4-wheel drive with a Borg Warner BW4481 transfer case. Takes plenty of power to go through there to all four wheels.
Can you believe this has got a modern independent front suspension from a Chevy truck underneath it? I don't think we've seen a single one set up like this come through this year.
No, you're right. Usually, you know, we see the solid front end, maybe an I-beam front end, but independent suspension like that. Now, is that the double wishbone type?
It looked like it, yeah, and it's kind of blowing my mind because, man, I bet this thing drives like a dream.
Yeah.
Wow.
Very car-like.
Bringing the money, too, at $115.
Well, you can see it from here how stout it is up front there. That suspension system, you're right, man. It must make it drive so much better.
It's kind of brilliant. I mean, maybe this is someone's attempt of like a Roadster shop chassis style build at home using modern components, but that thing,
he's
that's a
120.
game
You guys got to beat him by something.
Yeah, it's kind of like when somebody's building a classic hot rod, they'll subframe it.
You want
Put
it
a
at all?
Camaro subframe on there, and boy, it's a world of difference.
Thank you.
Well, they sold it. Okay, I did not realize the reserve had been lifted. So put that in your sold column at 120. Very good all the way around. Well, we were just talking about that Bianco Speciale, and we know about the Bachmann collection of Ferraris, 46 of them that is coming to Kissimmee. So why not have a Ferrari to kind of get whet our appetite a little bit for that?
Perfect timing to bring this car to the block, huh?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, 400 horse, 3.6 liter V8 engine with that Ferrari precision throughout. That F1 automatic transmission, paddle shifted. Colors are Argento Silver. It's got the Scuderia Ferrari shields. You love to see those. Just a reminder what you're dealing with. Nero leather, black leather interior with Rosso with red stitching. And Rosso brake calipers too. And new rubber all the way around.
Looks really good with those powder-coated black wheels too. Nice touch against this silver.
It does, and I like that these cars were always really stylish to me when they came out. It's been cool to see them come down a bit in value, to see more and more people getting them, kind of finding some beat-up examples, working on them, cleaning up, kind of what's been going on. But, man, they're fun cars to drive.
Fun cars to be seen in, too.
Great point.
Getting close to market correct money here. See if they can close the deal.
Yeah, Kurt Dalzell had his hand up ready to let us all know that the reserve's off.
Yeah, he's trigger happy. He wants to get this sold.
There we go.
78. Yeah.
He was just being gentle. That's
Okay,
all.
we're good, right? We're good. Okay.
Kirky's great.
Yep.
78K. Boom.
Yeah.
$78,000.
You'll have to excuse me. Is that the first Ferrari we sold?
I think it is, actually.
I'm trying to think.
I think it is this weekend. I think it is.
Right.
And, 75, 78, whatever it was, that's kind of almost bargain territory.
I know what you're going to
for
say.
Ferrari,
It's entry-level money for a Ferrari.
Yeah, upper entry level, if you will,
Oh,
for
sure.
a car that's in that good a shape.
Right.
But still.
Yeah, but it's certainly not unobtainable for somebody that's looking for one.
Yes. Okay, 1933 Ford Custom Victoria.
Oh, what a great selection of hot rods we've had here in Las Vegas. This one, oh man, look at that engine room. Oh, where are my sunglasses? That's a 572 cubic inch crate motor with 621 horsepower. Whoa, 700 R4. Boy, that transmission is everywhere here in Las Vegas. And of course, that eventually became one of the 4L series automatic transmissions without making any changes to it.
75,000. The reserve has been lifted.
Billet Specialties wheels. They've added rack and pinion steering on this. A grade 8 winner at the Detroit Autorama. That means it was
Good
in the
deal.
running for the Riddle Award.
Ooh, I think
at
that's a
some
good
point.
purchase there. That's a good buy.
Okay, cool car, $75,000. And the car that's rolling up onto the block right now is one that nobody really thought of. One of none, if you will. It's a hearse from 1963. It's a Cadillac, but it is now a total custom, description-defying.
Yes.
Limousine.
Yeah, believe me, you have made your point. Oh.
And Rutledge, you love this from the very beginning of the show today, man.
I love it so much, I just went and found the owner, and I just shook his hand and said thank you. Like, this is amazing. And he said, I built this. It's all going to charity. Just what a cool ride. I've been sending pictures to a friend at home who's been asking me about it all day. Y'all, to have this full limo treatment, when you look inside here and you see that diamond stitching, front and rear AC, big stereo in the way back. We rarely see these done with this much attention to detail. And to know that you could cruise the entire strip with this thing, and it's going to feel like a Suburban in there. It just was incredible. I got to start the day in this car. And, with that kind of power under the hood, LT4, Bill.
Supercharged LT4,
Come
yes. On. That is the most fun you would ever have going to the cemetery. Almost indescribable. I'll do my best. It's had so much work done to it. Front and rear air conditioning, JL audio sound. Oh, listen to those tunes.
Man, you could pull up under the big canopy at Caesars and draw a crowd immediately.
People be picking in to see if there's anybody laid out. Power windows, burnt maple wood floor, custom fitted LED lighting. All the chromes are replated. Curry Ford 9-inch rear differential. 4-wheel disc brakes.
4-wheel disc wheels.
Yeah, those are the U.S. wheel smoothies, they're called, with chrome beauty rings, right?
Man, oh man, that is insane.
When that build was finished, whoever was responsible, as I think Rutledge may have just spoken to him, or at least the owner,
yes,
they had to just step back and look at it and say, wow, look what we did.
All right. Everything from here, the next 20 minutes of the show is going to seem mundane compared to that, right?
Right.
Here's a 56 Bel Air Custom now with a bid at $65K.
Now, it's called a custom, and there's no nomenclature here from the consignor that this was born as a convertible, but I'm thinking maybe it was born as a convertible. This was not turned into a convertible.
Okay.
And sometimes you just can't tell.
Right.
You know, there's no convertible booth there. There's just a hardcover. But you got to believe that there's a top somewhere, if not a soft top, a hard top.
Well, you know, the more you look at it, the more, I don't know. That might just be an open car.
Yeah.
Something's amiss there.
Something's amiss. That could describe
That's
the last half
I can
hour.
put it.
All right.
Good-looking car, though.
We've got to take a break. Back in a moment.
Yeah! Another one! Sold! Sold! And sold! Sold! $32,000. That works.
Oh, there's some really good State Farm moments there from the Convention Center here in Las Vegas as we bring you back to the live action and check in with Danielle Trotta.
Scott, coming your way in just a second. A 1963 Corvette split window coupe. Technically the name of it, but it's really a custom all-tube chassis designed to resemble a C2 Corvette. I just spoke with the owner, Leon, who also did all of the welding work on this. He said it took 18 months to construct this all-tube chassis. He said he had a CAD file of the body and the frame. That gave him a template to start welding. And just look at the angular detail of the welding work that he did. There's no tube that really feels like it's just in a straight line. I mean, he had every angle so perfect, from the hood all the way back to the split window and the gas cap. It's absolute perfection. He said, I'm really nervous to see how it does on the block, and rain is its nemesis. He got caught in the rain in this once. He said there was no fun at all, but it is street legal, and it's absolutely so well done.
Wow. That is definitely a unique treatment on a Corvette, and the consignor describes it as having started out as an 09 Z06.
And I guess it's finished.
Yeah.
You know, this is the completed project.
That's awesome. I love that Danielle got to talk to the owner, because really, kind of up close, it's almost harder to tell the vision they were going for. When you see it a few feet back, you can see that sort of silhouette of the split window on there.
Sure.
You go, oh, this is awesome. But this kind of takes that idea of like the vet cart that's been popular the last few years really to another extreme. It's like Ariel Atom meets, you know, Z06. And guys, what I'd have to believe on the street, this is a whole lot of fun to drive.
That might be the Corvette that Skeletor would drive.
Well, the high bid, $60,000 on that unique split window coupe treatment, and we'll check in with Chris Jacobs.
Yes, Scott. Well, the Blazers and Broncos have been going nuts today. We got another one right here. This from 1979, and this graphic package certainly shows it. I love the way this truck looks. Family owned for over 25 years. It's been upgraded in the front and rear, custom front end and rear drive lines, electric front diff locker. It's got working factory AC, 411 rear gear ratio and 409 front gear ratio. And that paint job is called Phantom Metallic Black Pearl Paint. And once again, it's all about this graphic package powered by a 400 V8 automatic transmission. And like I said, coming across the block, and we'll see how it does. Interior looking fairly stock, except for the upgraded radio and an aftermarket tack attached to the steering column. But other than that, pretty well stock and pretty clean. And we'll see how it does when it goes across.
Sounds good, Chris. Column-mounted tack, I think, there in the XLT package.
I have to profess my ignorance. A Bronco Ranger, because the Ranger's a pickup.
Yeah, well,
Bronco's an
XLT,
SUV.
this is a removable top here, Bill, so that might be kind of the hybrid between the Bronco and the Ranger. So this rear section comes off, which would make it appear more like a pickup truck, which would be the Ranger, but with it on, looks more like the Bronco.
All right, I'll buy in.
That's coming up. And we, as Chris mentioned, the pickup truck market has been good here in Las Vegas. It was red hot a couple of weeks ago in Fort Worth. Here's a 68 C10, the second year of that, what has become legendary glamour version. But this is far from stock, far from the way it left the factory in 68.
Yeah, 67 to 72 was that time period you were mentioning. And this one, with an upgrade in the power plant, the LS3, that is 430 horsepower and a 700 R4 automatic transmission again. And Ford 9-inch rear end again. Willwood 4-wheel disc brakes again. So this pretty much follows the recipe for a lot of these C10 builds.
It's again a clock.
It's again a clock.
Guys, I got to give this build credit. When you see the bedwood, it almost looks like they ran a light blue over it, or maybe a light blue mixed with a little bit of gray to kind of get a tone of the wood that would really match the truck really nicely, especially with those race line wheels kind of dancing in between the blue and the charcoal. It's all about kind of combining those colors and patterns together, I think, to come up with a really beautiful truck.
Yeah, sometimes finished product is more than the sum of its
We're running
parts.
out of
If
choices.
everything is chosen properly, like this one.
We got to be 85 now. Hey, give me 83.
83, I'll take.
83.
Yep. 4, 84 pound, right down 4, down 4, down again, another 4, down 4, down 4, down again, 83, down again, another 4, 83, 84, 83, 84, and then 4, down again, another 4, 5 here, 5, 85, 85.
Boy, the truck buyers haven't been too bashful today, have they?
Let's buy it. Let's get it done.
Correct. They see what they want and they go for it.
85. Yes. Yep.
6. Hollywood, 85, 86 out of it, 86, 7, 87 a bit.
87.
87 a bit, 86, 7, 7 a bit.
Ask her again. One more time.
What do you think?
88.
I'm out.
How about 90?
Nah, it's out now. It's too far out.
90,000, 90 pound a bit, 89, 90 bid, 90,000 a bit, 90 bid, 90 bid. How to get a truck off the block? 90,000 a bid, 90,000.
You guys are in 89.
That last call, you want to get 90,000 a bid. I'm going to get a bit of a 90 pound bid. I'm going to get a $90,000 and it is.
Is the internet going to come back here?
Sold 89, sold 89.
Nope.
Congratulations.
Not this time.
Nope.
And much to the delight of that gentleman right there. For $89,000, he's got a 68 C10. Very nice. All right, 84 GMC K30 this time around.
This will bid in the same neighborhood, if not more. This is a custom restoration and an upgrade, and it features a little bit more power, a 6.2 LS with an LSA supercharger. So I'm guessing at least 500 horsepower, the electronic 6L80 automatic. Big twin stick transfer case. It is 4-wheel drive, BDS 2-inch suspension lift, and a 14-bolt rear end with a true track lock. Yep, we are back in the same neighborhood again.
Right on it.
Vintage air, LED lighting, Dakota digital gauges, hand stitch, custom red interior, two-tone paint with a pinstriping.
Got to get that reserve off here to get a little bit more activity going on this truck.
Oh, yeah, we're not going to get home plate.
It's going to go to the bid goes on desk at $80,000. So we will pause our final break from Las Vegas, and that means our final segment with our rundown of our top sellers today. Still to come. Hey, welcome back. Our final segment here with you from Las Vegas Central Hall at the Convention Center. SEMA was here a couple of weeks ago, or last week actually, we mentioned that, and here's another vehicle that could have very well hung out here during SEMA for a minute or two, a 2022 F450 King Ranch Dually.
450, the big boy. 150, 250, 350, 450. It's a dually, And it's got 6.7 liters of V8 power. That is the Power Stroke diesel, 10-speed automatic.
Bill, that's got my buddy Jeff Kelderman's air ride system on there, it appears, which those things are incredible. Oskaloosa, Iowa built, and they turn trucks like these into absolute monsters. Changes totally how they ride.
We saw the bid here at $90,000. Chris, check me out on this. Am I imagining, or are those the air horn trumpets underneath?
Oh, yeah.
Right in front of the hits.
Absolutely.
Yep.
You
nailed it.
That's nuts, man. Okay, the high bid was 90, and now to a 2007 Porsche 911 Carrera Custom.
Second owner, still a fresh car, 61,000 or so miles on the odometer. The RWB wide body kit finished in steel gray. And folks at DTM Auto Body, El Monte, California, took a hand in the final installation of all the sheet metal.
And Bill, this is interesting. This is an RWB that was not built by the artist Akira Nakai. This was built in a time where he wasn't traveling from Japan as he is back to now. So it's kind of interesting. I think you're seeing the difference maybe in the value of one that was assembled by him versus one that was not. But DTM did a beautiful job with this car. They built a handful of RWBs. They turned out some really cool stuff.
Man, look at the rear flares. You could turn that into a dually.
Having owned and built an RWB before, there's just something special about it. And these guys are getting a great deal for what this car really is.
Yeah, and those flares are what the Rowells are all about. That body kit has just become so identifiable with RWB, and you see them at a show, you know exactly what you're looking at, and it gets a lot of attention. And look at this, we're creeping up on 6 figures.
Yeah, that's great.
You got it, my friend. The button on that car is wider than Mean Joe Green, I was going to say, but it's intimidating, the appearance of the rear of that car.
And it does sell for $97,000. Well, we are just a few minutes away from wrapping things up. Thought it might be appropriate to run down our top sellers from today here in Las Vegas before we move any further. And occupying the number 3 spot, one of those Dodge Daytonas, the red one of only 503 built in '69. Of course, the matching numbers 375 horse, 440, and a $265,000 hammer price. Number 2 goes to the '68 Eleanor replica. The '68 Mustang, listed in the Eleanor World Registry Club. It's certified 427 Ford Performance, putting out 535 horsepower, and $295,000 the hammer price. And everybody was gaga about this 1969 Roadrunner Custom. They call it Royd Runner. 8-year build. They estimate $1 million in the build. Unveiled at SEMA right here a couple of years ago. 700 horsepower, 392 Hemi, and it brought $345,000. And Bill and everybody, top 5 that is all American today here in Las Vegas. How about that?
Yeah, a couple of customs up top there, and then we go with those wing cars and the Shelby GT 500K Fastback. Those are all restored original cars. So we're not talking much about manufacturers, but build strategy.
Yes, indeed. And it has been a good day, and it continues. How about this 1967 Chevy 2 Nova? It is currently at $83,000.
Oh, full tilt custom build by Magoo Hot Rods, LSV8, and an automatic transmission behind it, and just a fabulously, perfectly applied black polyurethane clear coat paint job.
That is sweet.
Tan interior.
And guys, there's this cool painting on the inside of the rear wheels and that kind of chunky lip section where they did that kind of perfect offset on the wheels. But a cool little tribute to get in some fun stuff there, it looks like.
Yeah, Dave Kindig, he designed those door handles, believe it or not. That's kind of bragging rights for you when you're showing the car off. TCI Engineering coil-over suspension underneath, 19-inch wheels up front, 20s in the rear.
All right, 88, I think, was the number, the magic number there. 67 Camaro race car now with big block power, Brother Bill.
Yeah, built for the quarter mile, 454, rebuilt turbo 400 automatic, 10-bolt posi rear end. Don't know what it's running for gears. It was raced at the Rocky Mountain Raceway out in Utah for a time. There you see the no frills interior, which is what race cars usually have. No carpeting, just insulation, slicks on those big drag racing inspired wheels. Same up front, not streetable. This is raceable only.
The Devastator. That sounds like a nickname that you would come up with.
I know, it does, doesn't it? Yeah.
All right, the current bid, $16,000. That's going to be our final car here today and this weekend in Las Vegas. And we'll let you know if that sells here in a minute or so. Well, $17,000. We've got to go, though, because the Mecum band is playing us out. And the bid goes on that Camaro, by the way. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage all weekend long. Don't forget that each one of these shows will be available starting next Thursday on Mecum's YouTube channel and on Mecum TV on the Roku channel. Now, coming up in just 3 weeks, it's our annual season finale. We'll get you in the Christmas spirit if you're not already from Kansas City. Our coverage starts Friday, December 5th here on ESPN+. For Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Danielle, Trotta, Rutledge Wood, our entire crew, I'm Scott Hoke. Thanks for watching. So long from Vegas.
Hands high, last call, go. Sold 216.5, sold 216.5.
Sold 345 pounds of dollars. Yeah! Woo!